Welcome one and all right back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and boy, do we have some fun ones tonight. We're getting two more best of threes underway here, Cub.
Yeah, excited, man. We've got Top Esports, who, to everyone's chagrin, sits at the top of the standings, I feel like. But hey, they've deserved it so far. It's a bottom of the table standing with FPX, so aren't expecting a lot of fireworks in the first series today. But hey, second series went in. You can set that one up because I'm hoping for a goodie later on.
Oh, it's going to be so fun. It's IG versus AL. Two teams that are vying for that top 4 spot here to try to make it straight into playoffs. I know BLG and Top Esports are right there as well. It's going to be a banger. We finally get the test of strength of both those teams as well against each other and get to see what Tarzan has in store against JJ. But that's going to be a lot of fun there as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the format itself because we got a fancy new graphic here to boil things down, Cubby, because we didn't want to distract with all the things that came before. Look where we're starting. It's Group Ascend, Group Nirvana. Where do we go?
There's so many less arrows going in so many less directions. It's one direction.
It's incredible.
The arrows now. I like how this is set up, though. Again, the stakes for Group Nirvana so incredibly high. We saw our first Group Nirvana series last night, which I had the displeasure of casting, but you know what? It happened. We're hoping for a better one tonight, as of course. We're in Group Ascend. I think the biggest difference, but that's not listed on the graphic, Group Ascend is a double round robin, whereas Group Nirvana is a single round robin, all best of threes across the board in Fearless Draft, of course. So those Group Nirvana games, they mean so much, but Group Ascend, you get more games and more bangers, hopefully. So we'll see if it can deliver tonight as we got 2 Group Ascend series.
Yeah, it just feels like it gets worse and worse the worse you do, right? Because you get less games, you get less practice, you get less time. It just becomes absolutely crazy. And compounding factors be it all. We get to look at the group standings we had so far. I was talking about some of those teams vying for that first place here. AL obviously need a little bit of a comeback there, but BLG and Top Esports, they're kicking.
Yeah, and of course, BLG off to a hot start in this league, but Top Esports, don't let them only being +2, meaning they had 2-1 victories fool you, as those victories over Anyone's Legends and Weibo, 2 really strong opponents as they both find themselves 0-1 in the standings. And for Top Esports, again, a lot of the struggles that we saw them have internationally have looked pretty non-existent so far, with, I think, Kanavi being the real standout player for Top so far.
Feels like King Kanavi might finally take his crown back once again. I don't know. It feels like it's been so long since we've really seen the heyday of Kanavi. But he's making a comeback, and that's what we love to see. Let's go ahead and talk about this Top Esports roster. The Kings that never were, and maybe not welcome back home from that international as happily. But Top Esports, they continue doing what they do best, and that is domestic dominance.
Yeah, I mean, again, first stand, not exactly how Top Esports wanted it to go, but with a little bit more time to adapt to this meta where, of course, they were the team that qualified for the tournament in the lane swap meta. It was removed for that tournament. Top Esports did not adapt well throughout that tournament, but really feels like that extra time to settle into this patch has done them wonders, and that has really featured Kanavi being freed up to play the carries, and he's played them damn well so far.
Yeah, I mean, him and Jackie Love being able to find some carry performances is the bread and butter of Top Esports, and trying to find that more consistently, I think, is always the goal. Now, tonight, more so the goal is I want to see a dominant victory from this team to make a statement against BLG. But speaking of dominance, maybe the lack of dominance, and in between there, because man, it just happens. I don't know what it is about this Top Esports team. You can even look back to multiple internationals of this team having big failure moments. But when it comes to domestic play, they look damn good. I don't know what to say.
There are 2 things that I love about this image. 1, the image flip watermark, and 2, the fact that the TES first stand doubters covers up Jesse's eyes, so it's like you're not even watching first stand, you know? Like, they just didn't want to watch it all, and then they come back and watch
good for them.
And it's
I'm glad they didn't have to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, again, they've had good looks. I think that everyone has stepped up at different points in 2 very competitive series against 2 good teams in Anyone's Legends and Weibos. So I'm going to have to see if that can continue tonight against one of the weaker teams we have in Group Ascend and FPX.
You know, I feel like one of those people that's just fallen for a toxic relationship because I still have hope. This team it stirs something in me, man. I don't know. Anyways, it is a team that we've seen, yes, pushed to the distance in their series, but the clutch factor is still there.
Yeah, I love how you're like, I still have hope. Do you know of the Razor Cakes in sports
Yes,
hunting? Or
yes.
Top Esports kind of feels like the Razor Cake team, where
Yeah,
if people don't know
honestly.
this reference, it's every year you get presented with a cake, and it has razors in it. And you know because you've eaten the cake in past years. But the cake looks so sweet. They just have to try one more time to see if there's not going to be razors in it this time around. So far, we haven't really seen that one from Top Esports. But
So far, the cake's looking good, right?
it
Like
has.
we got a new cake for Split 2. Honestly, we're just gonna keep that reference rolling this whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've seen Top, again, I feel like the real strength we saw from them domestically last split was they had good setups and were able to play side lanes well. I feel like in this split, we have seen them really be able to continue on with that identity. And again, for me, Konami has been the player that has really stepped up to, I would say, more of a performance we're used to seeing from Konami rather than a performance where, of course, internationally was a bit of a struggle, but also even domestically, Konami was kind of like the, can Top Esports win despite Konami not playing his best, not playing the greatest. This time we have seen Konami, again, widen up that champ pool and play really well no matter what he's been busting out here in the LPL.
Yeah, it's been fun to see like the differentiation in those kind of facilitator junglers, but also still in the hands of Konami being very aggressive with them. I think his connection with Crisp has been a very unsung moment for Top Esports in terms of finding something that's actually been pretty viable recently. And Crisp play definitely has picked up in that regard. But this is also a team that has stars at every corner. And I think it's a situation where the expectations are so high. And we do see them win these series. But again, when you come into a series against FPX, who are here, they made it here, right? But it was off some backbreaking efforts from them. I want to see some dominance. I want to see a clear game plan from them and showing no weaknesses to see if they really are going to be able to put up a fight against BLG this split.
And for FPX, again, this was a team that, frankly, we didn't expect to see in Group Ascent. The fact that they qualified for this was a positive for them, and I think a lot of it comes from Awesome joining this team, but also we've seen Shadow really improve his performances because Shadow is someone that he does like to play up, likes to go find the enemy jungler, kind of play that human ward role. I think that when we've seen him make those decisions this split, it's been at a lot better times for his team, and he's a little bit less stubborn with his game plans. Again, he's someone that's going to establish a game plan and run with it. I think that he has been more willing to adapt, and the plans have been just better for FPX as a team. Part of it is I think that Sheer has stepped up a bit. Again, the player that we really think is the strongest on this roster. Seen a lot of positives from Sheer. He has been a carry in some of these games, but I think Shadow being more consistent, some of the pieces around him being more consistent has been big. And also, Awesome, not the only addition to this team. Shout out to Coach Changs as well, who did join for this split, as he has the boys playing a lot better than what they looked like in Split 1 and then Demacia Cup.
I will say Sheer, I think, has had some lapses, and you can tell like a young, newer player is still trying to find his ropes, especially away from the home of JDG where he was coming up. But I know you wanted to talk about Jue a little bit as well and his influence on this team. I think also being a major factor in helping Shadow facilitate for the entire team. So I'm very excited to see what they can do tonight. I mean, obviously it's kind of like David versus Goliath in this situation. So honestly, whatever we get from this FPX team is good. But we have a little bit of night and day set up here. This was one of the longest, most wild plays and most coordinated, honestly, that I'd seen FPX in this split so far. And this was against TT.
And again, this was a series that ended up going TT's way, but to still see some positives from FPX in this series. And again, for me, I know that you were kind of talking about Jue. I feel like this team has been a little bit live and die by Jue. Like the games that Jue plays well, that for me, he's been the one that has been not quite as consistent as a performer for FPX. But the games where he's able to find those good plays, good engages, FPX looking a lot better. Whereas there are other games where Jue doesn't really have a role or isn't able to establish a role on the Rift, and that has been when FPX has struggled. So we'll see if that can really shine through today against, again, a really tough challenge in Top Esports.
And then you see moments like this in kind of that night and day situation where it does feel like there's some coordination, but then at some point there's just like a little bit of misdirection going different ways, different ideas being put forth, but no real time to kind of decipher which way is the best, and then kind of falling apart. So these are kind of the goods and bads we've seen from FPX. Some of that team play looks really good. Then we see in pivotal fights, in really tight moments, sometimes the coordination definitely slips.
Yeah, I also like seeing Thunder Talk pick up the win with that Jinx Lulu, where Lulu being nerfed hasn't quite escaped the meta. Good to see a 1xN carry in there as he continues to perform on that team. But of course, see if FPX, big underdogs coming to the day today, and we'll see if we can get any surprises here in the LPL, which likes to be a league full of surprises, Lennon, even if we're going into the day feeling like this is a series that should be a 2-0 for Top Esports.
Oh, I have not kept it out of my mind that this goes 3 games. I'm just saying, Top Esports, well known for dropping games, maybe playing a little bit too confident. FPX just known for turning it on out of nowhere, right? Like that run from the placement stage to make it to Group Ascend was really fun to watch. A lot of games where you're like, how are they winning? How is this happening? And somehow they do. So again, maybe the Phoenix is being reborn here, and really nice to see FPX trying and still getting their series to distances against some of these teams up in this group. But that being said, we also have to think about our 1v1 side select matchups here. Coming
who's
up
1v1? I didn't
It's
get the
369 versus Care, I think. At least I know 369 100%. I'm pretty sure it's Care.
Yeah,
on
we're
the
getting
other
confirmation. We got producer Kelsey in the ears today. I gotta say,
Shout out.
I joked about this yesterday, but we gotta start keeping a roll counter for victories. Like tops, jungles, mids, ADs, supports. Notice how not a lot of jungles have played 1v1s, which frankly we're not too surprised about. But again, could be fun just to see like which roles win. And I will say that the 1v1s, if I'm being honest, it's not my favorite part to cast, Lennon. But we have seen some goofy losses, which has made it quite.
And we've also seen some very, very boring ones. Like very,
we have.
like
that's
watching
okay.
paint dry.
That's okay.
And they took out the 100 win condition, so now we literally just have to wait until the fire comes because that's all that teams want to play. But hey,
the Shy learned about that the hard way, you know. Yeah.
Sheer also learned about the.
Well, that was the Ring of Fire the hard way, sadly.
I can't believe that happened. I still I don't think I can let it go. I don't know if I can let it go. I'm trying. Sheer, I'm trying for you. But it's going to be difficult. I think things are stacked up against FPX. I think we have to look to what's worked for them. I know during placement, we were getting a lot of carry jungle performance. Obviously, that was when Nefiri was like prime bloom. But Shadow maybe looking to try to play towards Sheer a little bit more tonight. Maybe highlighting that Sejuani, the Xin Zhao, things along those lines. And I do find that jungle matchup to be interesting on which one wants to take the more aggressive side.
Yeah, I've liked the look for Shadow on the Xin just because, again, he likes to skirmish and to go find the enemy jungle to try to make plays. I think that's a champ. That and Sejuani are the ones where I've really seen him be able to kind of throw his weight around a little bit. And in terms of playing towards Sheer, I'm not sure if that's what we're going to see from FPX. Again, Sheer has been someone that has kind of been left to his own devices, then ends up being big later on. Also playing a lot of those self-sufficient laners like the Gnar. He's been really willing to blind that champion and just be left to his own devices up there. But going up against 369, I mean, do you think about top laners that do well at being left to their own devices? 369 has been the guy that has been left to his own devices for years in the LPL and has always found ways to be effective. So maybe that prompts a change of strategy from FPX. Who knows?
I think we've seen a little bit of an adaptation from 369, willing to lean more into the carry top laners as well this split. Hey, he has been really good. I think obviously his Renekton's been fun to watch, but I want to see his Scion once again. I think that'd be really fun. I know a lot of our top lane. The Gragas, okay, bring back that classic.
Internationally, but we're here casting LPL.
He
domestically,
did well.
I mean, that thing was a winning pick in finals. He smurfed those finals. Gragas being a big part of that. I believe drawing some deserved bans as well. But yeah, we'll see what happens with 369 Top Esports hitting the Rift. I will say that in terms of identities, I still feel like top Cream for me has the narrowest pool on the team, and they have been really finding and fitting comps around Cream. I really like the looks they've had with his Tristana making an appearance in series. Also, of course, we have seen that Aurora that he is really, really good on. That was actually a loss, but still something that I expect for teams to respect and look out for going into the series today.
I think so, too. I'm also curious to get your take on this because this is obviously a Group C rematch. Do we take stock in the fact that FPX did fall to Top Esports there in both best of ones? Do we take any stock in the longevity of what FPX has maybe learned from playing Top Esports already so far this split?
Regardless of the head-to-head matchup, Mazel, I think that my 2-0 expectation for Top Esports wouldn't really change tonight. Which, okay. I mean, that might sound goofy, but I've seen enough of these teams where I'm pretty willing to admit that one team is in one class and the other team being FPX is in a class that's lower than Top Esports. So we'll see if that's the case.
But that's where we also have to talk about what this means, right? You saw the format video earlier, but it's top 4 automatically make it to playoffs, but then the bottom 6, I mean, you have to go into that playoff qualification setup and the kind of like mini tournament before it all. So I think it is that differentiation of, can you classify yourself as that top 4 team, make it straight into the playoffs, have that kind of bye setup for yourself, and where is that separation going to be in the group?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the separation early on, it was really defined by split 1 playoffs and split 2 Group Ascend, right? It was 8 teams that made split 1 playoffs. All 8 of those teams managed to qualify for Group Ascend, with the 2 additions being Team WE and Team FPX. And those 2 teams have looked like I would say the weakest teams of this group so far, especially after that FPX loss to Thunder Talk. So for me, it's just FPX really playing with nothing to lose. We're fully expecting for them to be in that first round of playoffs. I know it's like kind of the prelim. It's playoffs, let's be honest. Like, your life's on the line. So we're going to have to see if FPX could, again, defy expectations. I think a top 4 is like way above any expectation that we'd have for this team. But hey, if they come in as one of the higher seeds out of the bottom 6 of this group, like if they were to place 5 through 7, I feel like that'd be a win for them. Even making it into this group was a win for them in the first place. So we'll see if FPX can keep on, being that Phoenix that's on the up.
Yeah, I'd be really excited to see a storyline along those lines. But this team is a team of titans, as you see them take to the Rift here and take to the stage. It is Top Esports who have garnered a lot of attention this split, good and bad, I guess this year as a whole. But still, again, we reiterate, this team has been dominant in the way that they play, and it's not just been from one direction. It's been multifaceted. We've seen Kanavi have really good moments. We've seen 369 have good moments. We've seen Jackie Love have those really crucial moments as well. But tonight, I think Kanavi is going to have a lot to say against Shadow, against FPX, who give us a little bit more interaction as they come out than Top Esports did. But it's definitely a team that knows there's less to lose than Top Esports do.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's really nothing for this team to lose or worry about. I'm really curious to see if we can continue to see brighter moments and a little bit more consistency from this squad. Again, Shadow for me has been the one that actually, he's actually looked kind of consistent, which is shocking for me, knowing Shadow's history outside of the LEC, right? But I feel like he's really started to play a little bit better on this squad, and that has been what has led FPX to actually end up in this group. That, and of course, Awesome coming in and being a good addition for this team.
And now's the time to prove your spot more than ever against the Jackie Love, the final remaining Genius 80 carry in the league, by the way. It makes me sad to say that every single time. But still really cool to see these two go at it, a little bit of that budding roster synergy coming through for FPX. But now we get to talk about that 1v1 a little bit more. We preambled it earlier. We preempted it. We have 369 versus Care. What could possibly happen? Is it going to be Corky versus Corky? Is it going to be a farm fest? Are we going to get to the Ring of Fire? What could ever happen in this 1v1 here, Cubby? Is there going to be anything interesting?
For me, mirror matchups are not interesting because it really is just whoever hits first or whoever can like win that singular interaction that you see, even if the players get a good chuckle out of it. I feel like with the top versus mid lane matchup, you usually just see, the mid laner ban out 3 top laners and vice versa. But we got to keep on keeping score. I feel like, again, this is something that retroactively.
We need to get a journal for you, man.
Yeah, we gotta keep score of what role wins the 1v1 and just have a running tally going.
It's so funny.
It might be fun, but at the end of the split to have that, it'd be kind of a fun little fun factor Easter egg.
Yeah, it'd be really cool. Then we can really claim, like, we could have like a little graphic or something that shows what positions. But it's so funny though, because every time we get in these 1v1s and we see different roles against each other, I'm always brought back to making the bot episodes for NACL when we would put non-skill position players versus skill position players, and it just is so magnetically different. It is actually wild what could happen. But now we actually get to see solo lane v solo lane, even though it's a little bit different. You were a bit right. We have a lot of top laners being banned by Care, including that Renekton. On the other side, a little topsy-turvy there for 369, banning away the Orianna, the Poppy, and the Varus.
I gotta say, Varus for me has been a big pick in the 1v1, so I like the fact that's drawing a ban. As of course, oh boy, I didn't see
you wanted it.
Gragas. I didn't realize I get it the 1v1. It's the chance for me to get it twice today, Mazel.
True. Although that's another good stat. How many times do players play the same champion in game that they played in the 1v1. This is the longest 0 seconds I've ever witnessed. It will be the Gragas versus the... He's still not locked in, I don't think. Versus the Volibear.
I gotta say, this is a really tough matchup for Gragas because the body slam, it's an ability in League that takes priority over a lot of things. It does not take priority over Volibear Q. So you will get stunned through the body slam. That really enables Volibear to set things up. I think that the best look for 369 is going to be, can I use the body slam, use the cast to try and knock that Volibear into the Ring of Fire, in which he has that unstoppable ultimate to try and dodge out on. So we'll see what happens.
Get the peeks over. Again, his team can talk to him during the game. So, you know, we'll see if anybody has any good tips. Unfortunately, he is the Gragas specialist, so I think he's going to have to give himself his own tips. But man, Gragas versus Volibear for a solo lane matchup between Care and 369 actually sounds a little bit more fun than I think what else we could have gotten. I was honestly expecting Care to pick the Corki, but I'm happy we don't get that one again.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of funny because the 369, the Gragas special, not exactly a champ you think of in the 1v1. It's a pretty safe line, though. It's just funny because, like, again, Volibear is a pick that I've advocated to have top laners pick into the Gragas, and I do want to see if this ends up being a winning matchup for Care, as the Bear, Riftmaker Bear has really emerged to be a strong pick in these 1v1s, so we'll see if Care can deliver.
Well, the 1v1 is set. If you're new here, this is for side select. We know how important blue side is for all teams here in the LPL. The winner here does get side select for their side for this fearless best of 3 that we have ahead of us. It is first turret, first to 2 kills, or when the Ring of Fire is around, first kill. So change up the rules a little bit. No more 100 CS. As, first strike to 369. Oh my god.
Yeah, seeing lethal tempo here on the Volibear, kind of interesting. And really try and get those chain lightnings going. I don't know if the lightning hits, if that actually procs lethal tempo. I gotta say, I'm not sure about that. So that might be something to look out for.
The tech. He's also got the early MR. Oh, okay. Not going to have the Q there. Didn't have the shield either. So we're getting a little contestant coming out. 369 showing the prowess on the big belly man. I don't know. This push is going to be a little tough, though, because the lightning procs is going to make it to where Care can just get insta push all the time.
What is this? Oh, he's throwing the
He's
claws
spamming.
out.
Yeah, he's spamming. Look at him. He's giving the little chuckles of what he can do. You got a big old wave.
Volibear has elite spams. I'm glad to see Care using 2 of them off the bat. That's good. That's good tech.
His dance is also just next level, man. Okay.
Oh yeah, he's got multiple great spams. Fun fact: this is the first champ I ever put in League of Legends. Of course, it was the old Bear. And definitely not why I have the name Cubby, but you know, Volibear still has to be a thing.
Had a non-0% influence. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. Whatever fits your narrative here, so.
That's all we do as casters. It's all about narrative. Care is going to be looking to trade pretty heavily. It does feel like this is going to be a situation where it's just going to be kind of a farm fest between the two. Unless we get the all-in, but both do so little damage, at least right now, that the all-in is not super expected between the two. Okay, I say that and I cast a Cursor. That's what okay, maybe we just keep talking about them not doing anything, and then they'll do a bunch of stuff.
I mean, what a trade coming in.
He's about to get level 6, though.
It doesn't look like lethal tempo procs off the electricity. Yep, there's the
oh, no. 369 actually moving on that one. He doesn't have much mana left, though.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious that we haven't seen Care go for the Q into the body slam again. Like, that is...
Does he know?
You take priority there. Again, one of the few things where... it is a trade, right? But I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen the Volibear take advantage of that. 369 has a little bit more sustain in his kit in this matchup. Of course, Care needs to pop those frenzies in order to get the sustain off the Volibear, whereas 369 just needs to use abilities at the right time to get sustain from his kit. But despite having a little bit more sustain, not going to stick around. Going to base on the caddy wave. Care going to get it in, and likely to match resets here. Oh, does he get the plate? I think he should have gotten the plate.
Nope.
Bummer.
Bye-bye, plate money. It is going to be the lost chapter. for 369. We're going to get a ton of MR for Care.
Yeah, a little bit surprised about this one, as, again, we have seen the Riftmaker Bear be big, but it's like just trying to survive and thrive against this Gragas. I just don't know how he's going to put damage down onto the Gragas later on if he's building all this defense. Of course, loses the sustained battle because he's not really able to proc those frenzies, so I think that has to be his logic here.
See what kind of approach he takes this time around with this this minion wave. Oh no. Okay. He goes for the health crystal there, so at least he gets something back. Okay, Cass coming through. 369's feeling really confident in this one. He's got a ton of damage with that Lost Chapter, the double Dorans, and the Amplifying Tome. It's a nice trade, dude.
He didn't get it.
He is just absolutely working Care right now. These are body shots.
Yeah, there it is, but...
Okay.
I feel like Care didn't get that in the earlier trade, which is a pretty big deal. I don't know if he had Q up or not, as we're on Gragas' abilities in the bottom, but was close. That's going to force Care back.
Actually really enjoyed some of the trades, the 369. It just feels like it's just moving around with the flow. I don't know. They are going to get the resets now, so getting a little bit of recurve bow action there for Care. And going to be getting closer and closer to that first... Okay, I was going to say first item fight. 369 already has it.
Bummer. Just to pixel off the caddy minion, which is actually really important.
It's a lot of gold.
Yeah, those caddy minions, they're pretty juiced in this one.
I think it's like 159 or something like that. It's like something crazy.
It scales throughout.
Yeah.
The first one is around there, and then it goes up pretty fast.
Dude, what is... I love that Gare's still starting. I feel like the Ludens, though, pretty strong for 369 right now. These trades that we saw earlier are going to be even more lethal.
Yeah, the recurve bow not going to really match completed Ludens here. Or 369, maybe struggle for Care.
Okay. Gare's doing a good job, though, here.
We're getting close to the Ring of Fire. We don't have the timer up here today.
It is. It's right there. 50 seconds.
It is? Oh.
Yeah, it only comes up when there's a minute left. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I know that in the past we had it actually above the 2-to-1 kills.
Yeah.
Sometimes, which was nice. So our production was so good that I actually did not realize where the actual timer was on the LPL stream. Just gonna
shout out to the LPL stream.
Shout out to our own team and to also the LPL stream we're on right now.
Yeah, so I was right in saying that this was just going to be a farm fest until we got to the Ring of Fire, but now we're going to have to see them fight. They can no longer just farm.
It's still bummed to see a couple moments for Care.
They better back.
Isn't able
They
to get
better
that
back.
off for the E. And that's a big cooldown, actually.
I mean, if 369 keeps him here, I think he just wins the fight outright because Care has not spent his money. Okay, he's going to have time.
Late.
He's gonna have time.
Does he have time?
It sticks there for a second. Yeah, it sticks there for a second once it spawns.
His Q.
It's not a sheer scenario. Thank God. Okay, we're good.
He's going to come
He is not going to make it. He is not. No, maybe.
Oh, he can dash back and flash back. Yeah.
Oh, he made it.
Dude,
look at that.
Blue side advantage. That's all I'm
saying. Dude, absolutely. Oblivion Orb plus the Lucidity Booth plus Ludens. I don't know, man. 369.
Okay. So it was a Wit's End, went straight defense. As I will say, I actually don't mind this for Care. The lethal tempo makes a lot more sense now. Care might be able to get through this, but...
Why does this always feel like the Simpsons meme?
369 is no ult at the moment. I think that's what we're going to wait on. If he gets his ult up, then it does come up first.
I don't know. Is it going to come up fast enough? I don't know. They're going to have to fight in the middle of the fire here. It's getting very close. If it comes up at the perfect time, he's going to knock Care out. And that's going to be so devastating. Here it goes. Right into the fire, but the instant flash. Care getting low, but he's fighting tooth and nail. Them bear claws, they hurt the barrier. And he takes down 369. Buying his time like the hibernation of winter. Oh, my God. What a play.
Hey, that Wit's End lethal tempo value, I got to say, I didn't see that one coming at the start, but I liked it at the end. Well played, Care, utilizing the bear. I mean, some different strats there. Wait.
True.
Lennon, how do we go through that entire 1v1 and not talk about Care Bear whatsoever?
True. Because maybe that's a good thing.
That was a scary Care Bear. That was the Halloween episode, Care Bear, by the end.
True. Very true on that one. It's a good thing that FPX are going to get side selected because they're going to absolutely choose blue side. And that's good because they have not won a single game on red side. So obviously blue side has been king so far this split. But FPX at least going to start on the right foot against these Titans. As FPX, of course, tried and true, do choose blue.
Really? FPX chose blue?
No way. Oh my god.
I haven't seen that one yet. So
what? So can we, I mean, we allude to this all the time. Maybe we have a little bit of time here to talk about, like, what makes blue side so strong? Because I think there's a lot of people in the community that just always know that blue side is strong. But in this meta in particular, it's the flexibility of the picks.
Well, I think that it's just the fact that it's Fearless Draft. And you get that, you know, first champion that you can pick right off the bat in Fearless. So pretty much if you want to play a champion in a series, then going blue side is just, guaranteed, like raising the odds that you can get that single champion in the series. I do think there are a lot of powerful blinds right now too. Like for example, you just slam Rumble. We've seen that all split. That champ's really good. You can slam Varus. That champ is really good, really flexible. Also for me, blue side, if you want to get really into the nitty-gritty one when they redesigned the map, they made blue side more OP. Because of where Dragon Wall is, you get the fast track through river to bot, and it's really easy to find blind mid laners that have push, so you can just always pressure bot and attack the enemy bot lane, which AD is really important if you deny them gold. And it is so much easier for the blue side team to interact with bot lane compared to the red side team if you're thinking about jungle and mid. So I still feel like blue side is the stronger side, and with Fearless Draft, getting that first pick of the champion that can be the most OP in game one is big. I'm with you, though. I want to see more teams actually have the style to go for red, because I think those counter picks can be really nice. FlyQuest is one of the few teams across the world that have actually favored red side. I think it fits that team really well with Blippo and their ability to get creative. So would love to see some more teams really think about that, but of course not the case in this series. Dive in the draft. That Varus, out of all the champs I named, Varus, Jace are the ones that are up and likely to be first picked here.
True. We did get some particular bans, though. The Yone, the Vi, the Renekton by FPX, taking away some tools from 369, taking away some tools from Cream. The Nefiri is going to be the Respect ban towards Shadow, but it is going to be that Insta-Skarner that's been getting through here now and then. We'll see what the 1-2 punch is going to be from Top Esports, though. On the other side, Varus is a big pick still up.
Yeah, gotta say, Skarner, a pick that kind of fell off in priority for a bit, and then everyone remembered, like, oh yeah, this Skarner champ,
this guy's insane.
Kit's crazy. Might as well just start slamming it yet again. And good to see Skarner hitting the rift. This champion is really, really strong. One of the more popular counters that we have seen to it has actually been Xin Zhao, which might be picked up later by Kanavi. But I do like this draft so far from Top Esports. We teased the potential Varus and the Jace with Skarner first pick, both those up on the board, and Top Esports lock him down. Good poke identity showing early on for them.
A lot of poke already. The biggest question is how are they going to buffer out those engages if FPX tries to go for a kind of dive composition or at least a whole centered composition around the Skarner engage there. The Ambessa adds on to that dive. But this is also what I talked about when setting up this FPX team is tonight what I really want to see from them is a cleanly executed composition, and giving yourself that has kind of that one setup or at least know what the goal is with the comp is important in itself.
Well, no surprise here to see the Ambessa into the Jace, as these are both really strong top laners. I would love to see Cream actually play as Ryze here into the Ahri. I've seen, like, Ahri has this Roa build now. I think that it's really strong for Ahri, but into a champ like Ryze, it gives you the ability when you pick Ryze to make plays out of the Ahri pre-6, which can be really big with that Empowered Rune Prison. I think Ryze just outscales that matchup. I really favor Ryze against Ahri instead. Going to be Cream's Azir. So for me, priority on the Grubs goes up really hard for Top Esports. With this Jace, could be a menace in the side lane. And that early Nash's Azir, whether it's Leandre's or Nash's first, Azir, any free time with the side lane and Grubs can be really big. So Top Esports curious to see what else they pair up. Also, that Azir, it does enable that Varus to go poke, as they have things that can deal with that tanky Skarner. So Expect the poke variety here from Chris.
That's the biggest thing as well for me, is as it also gives a ton of utility and engage potential to Cream. So you're giving a lot of resources to Cream in terms of how the comp is going to function here with that defensive nature of the Emperor's Divide, but also being able to use that aggressively. Now that we're in the second phase, though, we're already getting the Nico ban. We're getting the Sejuani ban. I'm sure maybe Kanavi's going to take a couple, or at least another ban from FPX here. It is going to be that Kalista final ban by Top Esports, though.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't love a Zen pick coming through from Kanavi here. I think that like Ambessa Ari can actually deal with that pretty well. And so I kind of like the fact they banned out the Sejuani. Of course, with that Arctic Assault, you can't go in and out of the fights. But still gonna ban that Zen.
Yeah,
I
might as well.
Yeah, it's a might as well thing. Just curious to see what Kanavi grabs here as we expect them to save that support for R5. Would love the Maokai. I always love Maokai. That champion's really, really strong. That said, you have a lot of strength in the Jace and the Azir, so maybe something like a bridge could really help get them there. Pantheon could enable some fast plays, and we have really not seen Pantheon support this split, but a backdoor flex if you do get the right matchup for it for Chris.
Very true. I am curious about this one. I mean, it definitely just raised the bar of execution for Top Esports' composition a bit in my eyes, but it's also a situation where when you see who's playing the Pantheon, you're like, got to give them the benefit of the doubt. And to be that bridge, to be that carry potential. The Misfortune also locked in here for FPX. Don't know if you're going to get a lot of options, a lot of leeway for that bullet time.
Pick Braum, go on hit Varus. I think that's what I'm thinking right now.
Okay.
I think Braum would be really, really good this game for Chris. You would be lacking man engage just a wee bit, as it really is only Pantheon W and a Chain of Corruption. But I think the value you get as Braum into an MF Nautilus, like that is the lane for Braum. Also, just being able to have the winner's bite, hit that on Ambessa Skarner could be really good. Going the on-hit Varus too can really help get through that tanky front line. So
look at you, big brain.
Braum pick for Chris. Hey, when it comes to Braum, I know my stuff when it comes to that champion. That's the one champ that I'll claim. I can talk with anyone about that champion, yo.
There we go. Okay. One day we're going to get you talking to Chris about Braum. I can't wait for that day. One day.
Oh, that'd be fun. Shout out, by the way, to our teammate Trouble. Had a really cool YouTube series between it was Flandre and Blippo. They had translations going, so they were able to like have a conversation with each other. I thought it was really unique. Speaking of conversations, people speaking different languages, but yeah, I'm curious to see. I think there still is an option for Jackulo to go poke, but I would love to see the on-hit Varus here. I think it would really help with that damage profile against that beefy front line that FPX is going to have.
I want to ask your graded marks here of the compositions. We asked to get FPX kind of tried and true. They started with this dive setup. Do we still feel like the execution level is within their grasp here?
For FPX?
FPX, yeah, for FPX's composition.
I think it's really important that Ambessa is able to get on this backline Varus. If it does end up being the on-hit Varus, it really changes the texture of this game because you're going to need multiple threats. It's not like Ambessa can just find the Varus and deal with that Varus on its own. With Varus Braum, that's a lot of peel already for the Varus built into the kit. So gonna need help from Sheer. I think that's the one thing that really changes with the back half of this draft.
Well, I'm excited to get into it here. Our fearless best of 3, the first one of the night, is going to kick off here relatively shortly. It is Top Esports versus FPX, a very differing story. A little bit of David versus Goliath, even if we are here in Group Ascend. But it's also a Group C rematch from the placement stage. Top Esports, definitely the big brother in that situation over FPX, but FPX have shown one thing. They are gritty. And now we get into it. We get into our first game of the night. Top Esports with a chance to show dominance against FPX.
Jackulo actually rocking the Halo Blades, so might still be Poke Varus, but with the Halo Blades to try and proc the winner's bite. That's actually really interesting. As usually we see that comment on the Poke Varus, but I like this adaptation of the lane, and it does still enable Jackulo to go for that Poke build, which I think is quite good.
He's riding his sleigh. I wonder how many presents he's going to give out today. Honestly, it's going to be interesting watching Crisp on Braum. Not something that he's always goes to, but still something he's able to perform well on. I will ask though. We wanted to put a big spotlight on the jungles here. I do love that Shadow with like facilitation on the Skarner. I think he's been leaning into that a lot here in this this main stage and enabling the rest of the team like Sheer and Care along those lines. But Kanavi's taking the gist into his own hands here. It feels like.
Yeah, this Pantheon has been really strong in the jungle. As your ability to not just make plays early, but also cross-map later on. I think we've seen Pantheons really improve their play. One of the mechanics I always look for is when and where you use your empowered abilities. I think we've seen a lot of Pantheons start to use that empowered E just to pick up move speed and close the gap on some of these players, which is something I really enjoyed seeing. As that's going to be an easy Halo Blades proc, but it's into the Aftershock of the Nautilus. Not a terrible trade for Jouet.
Ooh. Jackie Love getting some pop shots over onto Awesome here. So I'll have to be a little careful that they realize level 2 is coming up quick for FPX, so they will back off. Nautilus is lethal there, even if you do have the Braum Varus combination. But I do want to also recircle back to the pathing that we're going to be seeing from both junglers. It is going to be same side starts for both of them, heading down towards this bot lane, potentially with a stop off in mid.
At the moment, looks like Shadow gonna go towards his bot side, and the stop by mid, Kanavi. Could just be a flash burn from him here. Care is low.
Getting that charged up with that Q, and Care gonna have to burn the flash early. Shadow coming over, the Exhaust Impact gonna get flash out of Cream as well. Kanavi now looking for damage onto Shadow. Shadow overextended. The spear, it's not gonna be enough. The shield was there, but Kanavi couldn't finish the kill. But now what happens? Kanavi will come take everything from your side of the jungle.
Yeah, really like that look from Kanavi, as it's a bit of a flip on if Shadow is on the Wolves or the Raptors, where he's at. If he's on Wolves, not really able to interact with that play. On Raptors, you're still winning with the Pantheon and the strength that it brings early. So nice job by Kanavi to turn that volatile mid lane into a 2-for-1 flash win for their team. That said, the bot lane going to be forced to actually drop off from the wave, so Kanavi just going to be a little bit delayed on his clear. But bot lane, MF did take that early reset, did pick up the coal, so it was really just Jouet walking over to see if they could find any pressure. I will say that's well played by FPX. They didn't lose too much off that walk. So,
yeah.
Not bad. Oh, actually, I lied. It's going to be coal now, and MF will lose a little something bot lane.
A little bit for sure.
I got turned around.
But the thing is there, I do like the recuperation because I think it can lead out to being something much worse. But I loved that kind of mini roam from FPX's bot lane.
It was necessary.
Oh, wait, he didn't hit that hook? There's no way. Oh my God, I feel so. The amount of times we've seen hooks like that hit and that one doesn't, I feel so bad for Jouet. Shadow will revisit this mid lane, try to get this push going back out to try to even it up between him and Care, at least in Cream, and also go to this top Scuttle Crab to even that one up against Kanavi.
Yeah, and honestly, the clear for Kanavi in the back half, not bad. So he gets to clear out his AoE camps, just going to get the super clear where take 2 respawn camps and get a base, and we'll see what Kanavi does on the Rift after that. Shadow also not going to be too delayed until his Krugs spawn, so that's really the spot where he's going to be delayed on the clear. But at the moment, Kanavi, again, after he cleans up this camp, expect a reset, and then we'll see where he goes. And if there is any potential grub swap coming in from top esports, as I think putting that Halo Blades Varus top could be really important for trying to net that first grub fight to go in their favor.
Yeah, it could be huge. Also, just shout out, I love that Electrocute is back in the meta. The dopamine hit is nice, and Care getting a nice trade on a Cream there in that one. Dragon is all the way up already, soon. Awesome. Getting a little bit in trouble there itself. The biggest thing now, though, is the Dragon is not going to take priority because Kanavi has gone top, gets the flash, gets the knockback from 369, but Sheer is still on Bessa. The spear, is it going to be enough? One more hit? 369 is going to commit. 369 gets it. The turret ramp is not enough, and top esports will get first blood.
Yeah, great juggling there from Kanavi. Took a few extra tower shots to make sure that 369 was able to pick up the kill, and that's a no TP on Sheer. So a really big kill in the top lane. Sheer going to lose a lot to the turret. My eyes are on the bot lane at the moment because, of course, we're at 545. That Dragon has spawned. Shadow found his way down there. Not going to look for any push into this duo of Jack and Crisp, and we've yet to see any rotations come out here for the grub. So it might just be a grub take once Kanavi is back. Well, let's get another look. Again, that flash from Kanavi, and then the E flash here from 369, utilizing that change to the Jace mechanic to get Sheer going backwards. And really love how Kanavi just took as many tower shots as he could to enable 369 to pick up that kill. Good presence of mind there from Kanavi, just understanding his role in the back half of that fight.
I know JDG has no stake in this game whatsoever, but it's so funny to see the longevity of things where 369 obviously swapping between Top Esports and JDG so many times, but Sheer and Flandre kind of that next iteration after he came back to Top Esports. And then here we are now, both not on JDG and on different teams facing each other here in the main stage of Split 2. We do get that trade in the end. It's funny how it ends out, though, because it's Top Esports that get the Dragon and FPX who get the first 3 grubs.
The priority was on them and the objective that they wanted to choose. I think that there is a case to be made that the second grub fight could be a little bit stronger here for Top Esports. I think that why I was talking so much though about first grubs is I feel like fighting without MF not alt versus fighting into MF not alt is tough, but hey, that's why you pick the Braum, right? To really be the biggest pest that you can possibly be against Misfortune, because there's so much in your kit that just has positive interactions with a potential bullet time channel.
Yeah, I mean, Crisp's singular job, I feel like, in a lot of these team fights is going to be to single out Assume. Now, we do get that readaptation little interesting because the grub's already gone, but FPX, they're trying to make a play. They're bringing bot lane to top lane right now. Are you scratching your head
flash.
too?
I think Sheer's going to fish. He gets
does have public execution.
Yeah, there's a chance there if it's a public execution into a flash dredge line from Jouet that maybe you're able to find 369. Not the case. Sheer's going to end up dropping a lot here on the bot side, so I don't really favor this play as much for FPX because they're only
just
playing 2 lanes versus 3. But they have 3 grubs.
Oh, it's 4v2. Oh, bullet time on top, too. Public execution under turret, but the turret is starting to ramp. Look at this. The impale coming through. 369. They're going to get the 1 trade back, and now Crisp is up here, too. Needs to be careful, though. Get back to the turret. Does not have the Glacial Fissure just yet. And honestly, it's a 1-for-1 for a little bit of chaos in top side and a bunch of gold to Jackie Love in bot side.
Yeah, again, playing 3 lanes versus 2. That play doesn't pay off for FPX. Feel like that was a bit forced. Love the stun that Kanavi had, too, on the Shadow, just to make sure that he was eating those tower shots that were heating up.
What? What is happening on my screen right now? Oh, my God.
Well, Chris threw a skill shot one way, and Jouet walked the other. So he's going to escape. Smooth criminal.
Shocker. When those happen, the Starfall is gone too, which is actually pretty big. But we'll take a look back at this fight in topside.
Again, I feel like 369 actually closed one out pretty nicely. That public execution didn't have him stuck in the bullet time. Shadow has to then go under the turret to try and wrap things up. Kanavi, though, connects with that point and puts stun under the turret, which enables them to really get out cleanly with the help of Chris. So well managed by Top Esports in the back half. Again, 369, he had no flash. He was going down to that play, so the fact that they traded out 1-for-1 evenly, and Chris was there to answer the 4v2, turn it into a 4v3, and make sure the top was able to just trade evenly. Big win for them across the map, farming out 3 lanes while that play went on.
I'm still, the jury is still out if I like that attempt of a play from FPX after they took it, because it's such a weird time. And now we are going to still see them stick up here, but Top Esports have also adapted, and we have about a minute and 10 seconds till the next grub spawn. FPX are going to try to contest this. Is it bigger that they have ultimates, or is it bigger that they get to the first item spike before this happens?
Ooh. I mean, ideally both. I don't think the first items are anywhere close to coming in. Care's not going to have that Roa, not that that matters too much. And there's no BF sword onto Awesome, so I think Top Esports, if they do manage to take a fight, might be in a bit of a better spot. Do have to call out. Looks like 369. Actually going, like, really committing for that poke chase. We usually see, like, Shojin or Cleaver first. That item that he has, that builds into opportunity, potentially, or that could be the item here for 369. So maybe going more for that lethality Jace variant. Quite interesting, as we haven't really seen a lot of that in the LPL so far.
Awesome did just reset and did not buy anything, so still sticking on his stack of gold.
Kanavi is Thunder Sky. That's a pretty big deal.
That's the next thing I was gonna say is that is a big issue because Pantheon with Sundered Sky becomes an absolute menace, and you can see there is no focus to this side of the map. Even if they brought their bot lane up here by FPX, they're gonna reset, they're gonna go off, and it's gonna be a trade of 3-3.
And the great part about this timer too is that you can actually go flank for the Drake if they're in time.
Oh no! Oh, there's two things happening right now. Okay, Awesome is going to potentially just die outright. Instant Captain Jax, the piercing arrow flashed out of it. He's out of there. Meanwhile, the play on bot side actually didn't happen. Shadow decides to stop his recall. When I looked at that minimap, he had a massive angle over 369, but unfortunately, they do not find a play.
Yeah, not sure if with 369 having flash back up, he didn't want to go for it. A little bit surprised, because I think that if he just shows his face, then there's a positive trade. That said, that's time wasted as he recalls, and that recall now being a little bit late means that Top Esports will be first to this bot side river on the minimap.
He did get the heart steal. Don't know if that's going to be a saving grace here when you look across the Top Esports, and they are pretty far along on getting everybody first items there. As Dragon's going to be started up by them. Could be the second Dragon for Top Esports. Looks like that will just be the case. We are getting that readaptation of lanes here coming into the 12-minute mark where we have a lot of presence from Awesome in mid lane.
Yeah, no, I mean, that presence kind of getting over because Top Esports on the Dragon. Uh-oh, I see a
Oh, no. They don't have anything. He has no flash, no cleanse. He is down. Kanavi taking the pickings.
Oh, that was like a nice volleyball set there from Cream in order to have the spike come in from Kanavi. As that spear lands true. Sharp pain felt by Awesome. And Top Esports, again, playing this map really well, Marcel. I think that they have the opportunity to make these plays, cheat the tempo with Kanavi on the Pantheon and this ultimate. But just to have Jackulov, again, step up when those grubs were taken for free. It was Awesome trying to ult the wave, right? He understands that that's not a wave he can really play, but still Jackulov dropping the grubs, finding those two summoners being taken, and then again, Dragon being taken. Top Esports, they sack mid. Awesome didn't have an ult to clear the wave. Instead, he's pushing it up on his own and just ends up being an easy grand starfall for Kanavi with a nice assist from Cream. Just textbook plays from Top Esports is what we saw that really got them the first stand, and what we've seen from them so far this split that has gotten them the first two wins against quality opponents in both Anyone's Legends and Weibo Gaming.
Exactly that, and I think it's talking about those quality teams where they do know how to instantly punish these summoner spells being down. They do know how to take these timings and kind of use them against their opponents, and that does continue the conversation of the difference we see between these two teams in terms of levels. But we'll see if FPX can turn things around. It is still just about a 2,000 gold lead from this little smidgens of fighting that we've had early here, 14 minutes in for Top Esports. But this also begs the question as we're coming to a little bit further down the road. We're going to be looking at second items for teams. We said kind of the dive setup for FPX is very strong. Finding that execution is the most important part. Do we still feel as confident if they are for this compositional execution if they are behind like this?
No, it gets pretty hard because the damage coming out from stuff like this poke Varus and without a J, it's not the opportunity as it is the Yomu's, the much better item. I forgot that. It's in the Yomu's. That's on me.
It has changed.
We'll be honest about that one. Yeah, we'll be honest about that one. But I think that once this Nashor Siege comes through for Cream, that's when the front line really is going to start to melt. We have a skirmish.
Oh, the hell! No, it's the spear. One pokey object is going to get them one way or another, and the next one that comes in is a staff from Mr. Cream himself. 5-1 early. Care going to try to pick out the mid laner Top East, but now he overextended himself. He's going to have to flash or Spirit Rush, or maybe both, to get away from this setup. He is between two towers and maybe between two deaths. Insta stun, Spirit Rush doesn't matter, and you still fall to King Kanavi.
At built-in Hail Blades there with the empowered W, insta proc the winner's bite, and things are just going to go from bad to worse here. Okay, trade of flashes. Nice retaliation there from Sheer as he tried to find 369, but again, Top Esports. It feels like when they are able to get one thing on the map, they can turn it into so much more, and against this team like FPX, we have seen both Assume and, for Awesome, I should say, and Care both get caught out at different points, Mazel. And it really just has been from Top Esports having superior control. And I got to say, the way that Braum and Pantheon interact into this misfortune, it's a really tough game to be MF. We have seen this early on from Awesome, but I really like how Kanavi and Top are playing around this. And Kanavi continues to be the jungler that is on fire this split, and he's going to continue to make plays. Crisp.
Yeah, he's going to be able to find this out. Dredgeline might not save you this time around, Jway. He's just going to try to find time, but it's not enough, and he gets taken down by one weapon or another of Top Esports, and they are just running away with this one. And I think it's been a bit of a quiet game from that facilitator on the side of FPX in Shadow, and we said how important this matchup in the jungle will be for both teams' leniences on how they win games. And I think Kanavi is showing that next level up against Shadow.
I mean, every play Kanavi's taken has just been fire this game.
Yeah.
There really is nothing else to say, whereas Shadow, I mean, the play he took top side was a 1-for-1. It's not what FPX wanted. The attempted play bot side while they were on the second grubs, non-existent, right? He called it off. As again, Kanavi, he has the hot hand, and again, he tanks, like, everything is thrown into the Pantheon that still has E up. It does force the flash, too, but then the retaliation in the back half of this fight. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Impale into the bullet time. Kanavi's about to go down. Has the shield back up. Jackula barriers nothing but still survive. Cream with a 3-man big Emperor's Divide. And you look, everyone from FPX is gone except for Care. And everyone from Top Esports is still alive.
Looks like the Phoenix is falling in game 1. Going to be about if you get a revive in game 2. They actually got the charge. Really well done there by Top Esports. As they're starting to style a little bit. You can see Shadow in the player cam is actually kind of having a chuckle. I think FPX, they realize that this game is pretty doomed. Yeah, they're going to yoink the inhibitor turret and just keep on trucking in this game. As that fight, Kanavi was the one that baited everyone in. He was flashless. You think, hey, maybe there's an idea that he can go down, but in chasing him in the long haul, enabled Cream to have a beautiful Shurima shuffle, shut down any hope of a fight here from FPX.
Dude, from like 2,000 standing gold to like 8 minutes later now being almost 10,000 gold up. This was a snowball from hell.
Yeah, I think Jouet's ult's a little bit early because, like, Cream wasn't going to be DPSing anything anyway. And then the re-engage from Cream burns the flash to make sure that he picks up Awesome, who tried to flash out of the Shurima shuffle and failed. Beautiful setup from Cream, who really cashed in on what was a bit of an overextension into trying to get Kanavi. I can't blame FPX too much because, again, this game seems to be getting... It was already out of control, and it is getting a little bit further out of control. But, man, what a great fight from Top Esports, who, again, continue to really look like they are still the team to beat, which is not exactly what fans were thinking after the first half performance. Them and BLG, though, really look like the two top teams we have early in the season.
Yeah, they do. They just know how to take a lead and shove it right into your face over and over again.
Yeah, and BLG, you know, you got to win against Bin and Knight again, which... That's terrifying.
Especially with how they've been performing recently. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have like Elk doing 16k damage in fights as Ezreal. Like,
I learned that Elks were carnivores that night.
Maybe
and we all learned new things.
Yeah, I'm adding this clause because when I said Top Esports was the team to beat, I instantly regretted it. But I remember that BLG existed. But
see, that's the beauty of it is we have to remember that top 4 teams do make it instantly into those playoffs. So even if they aren't that top team, even if BLG still proves us a little bit wrong from that last split, obviously with their lackluster performance in the playoffs, that still leaves Top Esports with a heavy hand in the decision making as those playoffs go on. So that honestly is the new rivalry to me, is Top Esports and BLG coming into 2025, and especially after that first split and seeing kind of AL and Top Esports take a little bit more of that spotlight from BLG. But this BLG team is angry, and I think Top Esports is a little angry at themselves too from that first stand performance. Now we have seen Kanavi be on an absolute tear, not only in the placements, but also here in the main stage. And now Care in a 1v1 against 369, gonna dodge out of the shock blast. Oh, Cream, he's just gone. Grand Starfall in from Kanavi, but he's in a 1v3, and now TP's coming in. We're gonna get the rebuttal already, though. Dway is gone. Now 369 hitting a big 3-man shock blast there. Top Esports, they bit off a little bit more than they could chew, but they still try to swallow it down.
Yeah, Cream was flashless. I'm as soon as he got caught.
Oh, Shadow gets Jackie Love, and Jackie Love just steps in there and dies. Top Esports fumbling the bag a little bit here. Still almost 10,000 gold up, but they're having fun with it.
Yeah, I don't think this impacts the game, but hey, props to FPX. Cream was too far
Look
up
at
in
Shadow.
the side lane. Shadow had a really nice pick there on the Jaculub. That's well worth the 1-for-1 at this point. So a couple of small victories here for FPX. Really can't ask for much more with them being down 9k gold, as a couple mistakes from Top Esports do get punished.
They do indeed.
Yeah, public execution.
Cream?
Yep.
Oh my god,
Dang.
they used everything.
They hated Cream.
They literally hated him.
They really
are
hated Cream
very
in that one.
lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
They need lactate.
That was a big spear from Konami, too. Looking at the back half of this fight, Jaculub did opt for the Edge of Night, so that depth charge didn't end up connecting, but good find here by Shadow, who did a nice job of tucking himself into that brush and gets a bonus kill in the back half. Quite nice.
Very true. At least getting a little bit of something in that regard. We are getting to second items now for FPX. Don't think it matters, but they are getting there. We did get Serpent's Fang completed for 369. That's going to be a really annoying pickup from for FPX to deal with. But now we also have to think about Dragon coming up, because Top Esports have already put themselves on Soul Point. This Hextech Soul would be huge for them, and any pick before then is going to set them up for success.
I gotta say, though, like, there's a minute left on the setup from Top Esports, and for me, this is where Top Esports has been really solid as a team. It has been these objective setups. That is Azir turret coming down, going to guarantee both mid and bot prio, and Chris, oh, they're looking hard.
Oh, he dodges out of the impale
Nice.
during this grand start roll. Care gets hit by the shock pad. That's a big bullet time. But 369 is on your back line.
Doesn't matter.
He's swinging hammer, and he's swinging other things too. Cream trying to get the pick on Awesome. He's not going to get him. It's going to be the take from Crisp. The fade away Winter's Bite. I know you know something about that coming. They're going straight for the throat and straight for the win.
Yeah, this was an A+ game to pick from, and Chris played it well along with the rest of the team. Kanavi MVP unquestionably in this one, as Top Esports cruised to a pre-Baron spawn A1 victory.
Shortest game of the section so far of this split. It is a 23-minute and 20-something second win by Top Esports over FPX. And if that is not the definition of the expectation of this series, I don't know what is.
I mean, I'm never going to go out in League of Legends these days and say that you should win games pre-Baron. So I'm going to give Top Esports, tip my cap there. That's pretty impressive from them.
Yeah.
As Kanavi just ran that map from start to finish. Again, we said in the pre-show, it really feels like Kanavi is the player that has leveled up the most. From Top Esports, just the play that we saw from Split 1 and First Stand versus the play now where it feels like the Kanavi of old that we're used to seeing in the LPL. Just a fantastic game from him, as he really blitzed that map from minute one, affected pretty much every lane imaginable across the map, and really ran away with that game.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a little bit of time since those JDG legacies that he built for himself, and even that lackluster 2024 that maybe made you want to forget that JDG roster a little bit, but it is still a staple of the LPL. A guy that came from Griffin but has made his home in the LPL, had made his home on JDG, and it had been strange to see him not performing to the level we expected him to be at, and now it just feels like he's out for a vengeance, and he's looking damn good with it. It's also not only the fact that he's executing very well, but it is also the fact that he's changing up his pick pool, and he's able to find not only those kind of facilitators, but also the pure carry performances off of some of these as well.
I mean, it's like, even with Top Esports playing in the past split, it really felt like the undefeated comp for them, or like where they were at their best was when Kanavi was on that Nidalee. So I'm not too surprised to see them playing the carries and playing it well. I think it's just been how consistently solid Kanavi has been, because like we saw in Split 1 games where like Kanavi would sometimes make mistakes with pathing, or sometimes just take fights that weren't there, and these were things that we weren't really used to seeing from Kanavi historically in the LPL. Those mistakes that he was making on the Rift have really gone to the wayside, as Kanavi has looked fantastic to open up this split, and has really solidified Top Esports as, again, one of the teams to beat here at the top of the table in the LPL.
Yep, indeed that is so. And 23 and 30 seconds or so. Pretty dominant. I think that's a pretty good bar to set for the split.
That's a quickie.
It's a little bit of a quickie here. I guess getting ourselves with how much time we spend getting ready for the 1v1s, maybe it's due. You know, we have a couple of these fast games.
True,
It
we're on
was
schedule.
a fully one-sided victory though from Top Esports, and I guess I struggled to put. We've talked so much about Kanavi. I think he ran that game. I think there was a lot of good pieces from Top Esports, but it's a struggle to see what for FPX what worked for them in this situation or what to pull away from in this situation, because it does feel like a composition that they know well, a composition that they want to go for, but it just, the execution wasn't there.
I'm going to be honest. I haven't checked win rates yet with this champion in particular. I'm really out on Ari.
Okay.
I'm really not sold on this Roa Ari. I think that there are so many lanes that just beat Ari at the moment, and you don't provide like any real late game power or prowess. I don't love how she interacts with a lot of like the champs in the game. I do think that in earlier games she's better, because I do like pairing her up with utility bots, which usually go early. I think that's like the one defense it'll have, but RAMF is a combo. Like, you're asking to have just 0 damage coming out of your carries, and especially when a game gets that wayward, it's kind of a roughie for FPX. So Ari's been really heavily prioritized. It's 4 and 5 now in the LPL, so it's not like a terrible champ on paper, but I really feel like this champ is a lot weaker than what that says. I've been really out on this champion.
Used it the wrong way. It's fine. Can we judge FPX off of this though, Cubby? Like, I feel like it's tough to judge them like harshly when Top Esports is just firing on all cylinders, but then there's also the caveat of, or I guess the additional thinking of, this is the Ascend group. Like, you're here for a reason. I feel like there should be some competitiveness between all 10 teams, but it seems like WE and FPX are struggling just kind of like everybody expected they would in this setup.
Yeah, I mean, they got smoked in that game. I think that things got pretty bad pretty quickly, so I don't think that this is like you can, draw any conclusions out of this team. And frankly, like, I mean, they lost quicker to expectations, but that game was A, out of control, and B, it's not like we had a lot of or any expectations for FPX in Group Ascend. So I think for me, that was a really nice draft from Top Esports. Like, if any conclusion can be drawn from that, I think it's that for FPX, but that's about it.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Top Esports, because FPX is going to choose blue side yet again. We know that's already going to happen. If the Nefiri stays the ban, or if Top Esports are willing to kind of give them a bone, pun intended, and see if maybe that comes through at all. I got a smirk out of you. That's all that really matters. It has to be Kanavi getting the MVP though, right?
Oh, please, for the love of God. If not, then we are so lane biased if it's not Kanavi MVP.
I saw the Pantheon on the stage. It's got to be him. 6-0-10.
He's been the man.
The king puts his crown back on, and it's in the shape of the Pantheon helmet.
I want to say, because I was going through some post-match threads of Top Esports, I think this is his 8th MVP between Split 1 and Split 2, which is pretty impressive for Kanavi. Yeah. So I know that we have had some criticisms of a player that is elite and we don't feel like has really been elite until Split 2, where he has been nothing but elite so far this split. So good to see from Top Esports. Yeah.
It's been really nice to see that resurgence from them. Before we get going, though, we obviously got to give some huge shout-outs. We're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show on a daily basis. A lot of the initial payments go to upgrading the broadcast, like this cool package you see here, this upgrade that we got. Shout out to Sunga. And yeah, the mountains are really cool. We get to go places. But it's also upgrading the broadcast patches, but it's also paying everybody for their volunteer time as much as we can, providing any kind of content we have. So it's a massive thanks and a massive support to the project that we're putting together. Subscribe to our Coffee. The links are going to be in the chat here. You can unlock perks like early access to different content, interview questions that you can submit to see if we ask our pros those questions when we get that content going. So please support us. It means the world to us. Thank you all. And we're going to go for a little break here, just a little bit of a pause, and we'll see if FPX can come back with lightning or fire on the other side of this.
Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running on. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running. Like an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun.
Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and boy, was that a fast one. 23 and a half minutes. Top Esports snuffed out the flame that is the Phoenix of FPX, and now we have to see if Top Esports can do so yet again, or if FPX bring us to 3. Both these teams, every series has gone to 3 games, Cubby. Is it a possibility?
It's always a possibility, Mazel. That's why we play the
In
games.
the LPL, that's what we love.
But when you saw game one, the possibility seems to be a little bit slimmer for FPX because Top Esports, not only did they win in convincing fashion, they won before Baron even spawned. That's a pretty rare one these days in League of Legends, as it was very one-sided for Top Esports, and the easiest MVP vote I've seen in a while, giving that one over to Kanavi, as that was well-earned.
Well earned. The Pantheon fits him well, and again, showing that duality of the carry potential that Kanavi brings to the table, but also how much dominance he can have from a very swift position in the jungle itself. Like, he was literally all over the place and constantly impacting Shadow's ganks as well. So maybe another performance like that would just put out the Phoenix. But Shadow's also a guy that I know we've had like an iffy track record with him, but there was a reason why we wanted to put a spotlight on him. Feels like definitely the most, or one of the most consistent pieces of FPX so far. And against Kanavi, it was a big test for him.
Yeah, for me, again, Shadow historically has had struggles in the LPL, but with FPX making it to Group Ascend, a lot of it was off the back of good game plans being executed by Shadow and good play. I think that we saw his plans falter in that game. One, wasn't expecting to have to interact with mid around level 3. That really set him behind in the jungle. And then the first play that he took up top ended up dying off of a nice answer from Top Esports. And a couple other plays where he called the play off that he probably just should have went for anyway, because it was a 2v1 and the enemy team was taking that second rotation of Grubs. So I feel like we had a couple misses from Shadow in that game, but we'll see if he can bring it back for game 2.
Really quick, shout out to Kelsey Moser, the producer behind the scenes right now. Could we bring up your meme graphic again? Because I just have to get the pull on my heartstrings yet again, because that thing was too good. If we can't, I totally understand. But it was a banger.
Ambushing Kelsey. It was like,
honestly, hey, at this point, you gotta stay on your toes. Why do they always do this, Cubby? Why do they always look so damn good domestically? It has to be a constant conversation with this team. I just don't understand it.
Again, like the first 2 series, it was 2-1s against quality opponents. I feel like there were a couple blowouts, and I know they got blown out in one of the losses. The other one was kind of close, and it was a mix of blowouts and close games, but it did feel like it was convincing by the end of both series. The Top Esports, they were the team that deserved to win, played better in those series, and that's what we saw and more in game 1. Again, if you're winning sub 25, you're doing a lot of good things on the Rift and League of Legends in this state right now. And we definitely saw that from Top Esports in game 1, who, again, find themselves on that red side as the victors. Of course, it is blue side selected for FPX. And already, I will say, maybe switching up bans or changing up bans here a little bit. I feel like the Vi ban's prompting a Fury ban from Top Esports. I do think that Nefiri is a little bit weaker on this patch. Actually, my favorite answer that I've seen so far is Maokai. I feel like with the Q, W, and the R, you're able to kind of space out your abilities against the untargetable, which can be quite nice. But yeah, just
the Kareem Akali ban, I like
prompted.
it.
Might be trying to set up for something. Like if you want Orianna potentially. In the
Yone is still available.
Yeah. I think Yone being up, I think that's what prompted that Akali ban. Of course, you need to answer with the Rumble ban if you are Top Esports. So would rather face the Yone than the Rumble. So Yone going to be locked in, and now we'll see if Top Esports, what they end up grabbing. I will say the Tristana, it's a classic pick for Kareem. It's one of the strongest picks that he has always had in his pool, and it has been his answer to the Yone so far. So expect to see this one for him yet again.
He had like a ridiculous, I think it was like 16 or really 17
nice
game win streak on that champion last year.
Yeah, also versus
it was
Weibo.
Actually wild.
I believe it was against Weibo. Played a really nice Tristana game.
Yeah, very true.
So already hadn't seen positives from him in Split 2 proper.
Out of all the possibilities, Cubby, I'm thinking the Sejuani was a good ban, a good steal, obviously. They don't even go for it anyways, but the double marksman lock-in for Top Esports, and then the Lilia Scion lock-in for FPX.
I do like the Scion here, because Trist Ezreal, Ezreal doesn't want to get Pen early on. Like, you want a third item Shojin usually. And same with Tristana. Like, it's really important to get Yuntals into Flicker Blades. And okay, we're going to see a Kanavi Nidalee, so that attack speed steroid might be doing extra mileage here with the double marksman. But this identity for FPX early on, that Scion, he's able to get beefy in the lane. It could be a real problem for Tristana Ezreal in that early to mid game, where Scion can just be ginormous as a champion and will buy a lot of space for this Yone Lilia.
I really like this FPX comp so far. I think it's setting them up for success.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. My first feeling for Top Esports' side of things is they're just overconfident. They just feel like they could put the pedal to the metal and go with whatever they feel like. And the Nidalee, yes, it is a tried and true classic for Kanavi, but into this composition feels like it can be a little difficult to go for. Now we're in the second phase of bans. We already got that ADC focus from Top Esports with the Kaisa and the Kalista ban. It is the Leona and the Gnar ban there from FPX.
Oh, the insta-lock for the Ornn,
Oh.
the tank v tank matchup. It's the 369 comfort zone, baby.
It is.
I was going to say this team does need utility. And, of course, wanting to 5-pick that support, Ornn going to bring a lot of utility early on and is, much like the Scion, able to create a lot of space for these carries.
Yeah. It's so funny, the ebb and
Corki.
flow of this
Yeah.
story for 369, going from only playing tanks, not playing carries, to only playing carries, not playing tanks, then going back and now being a little bit of both. It's been really cool to see a lot of that, and I know it meant a lot for him to win on a tank in the grand finals here in the last split as well. It is the Corki Rel combo to finish out FPX's composition.
I do not like the Corki here. I think that you are really outranged by what's showing for top esports, and like you got to really be able to create space and be bursty in order to deal with the Trist Ezreal. Now, in the slight defense of Corki, this is for FPX what I like to call a shotgun comp. It's off of Lilia R, Rel R, Yone R. If Corki and Awesome is able to get involved during that duration and take down the carries, then I think this pick can be good. But outside of those windows, you're going to be peppered by the Nidalee, Tristana, and Ezreal on this pick. So I think that this really makes it important that FPX, when they do go for those engages, they are big ones. So they need to take advantage of that, those Rel and Lilia power plays when you have flash up and can have those big R keys hit more people, right? So I think that those champions, the flash being up, really important. The engages are clean from FPX. If not, that long fight with the Trist, Ezreal, Alistar is going to be lethal against what FPX is showing.
I just feel like top esports have a sandwich comp. They got the Ornn on one side, the Alistar on the other side, all the meat and damage you need in the mid. But it is seriously about top esports showing dominance in that first game and looking to continue that momentum and continue to put pressure on this group Ascend to be one of those top 4 teams to automatically get into the playoffs for LPL split number 2 and look at that ticket to MSI. This is a team that has broken the confidence of a ton of the community here after first stand, but at home, when they're in their domestic prime, they look damn good taking down the rest of the league. Now, FPX, can they do something? Can they be the David to the Goliath? Can they have some sort of say in this series and bring us to 3? The question is still there. 23.5 minutes was the first game. Can they survive for longer against a hungry top esports in game 2? No! Nobody cheer for FPX.
I was gonna ask. I didn't.
Oh no. Well,
wanna
the
call
guy
that
also
out.
like half-heartedly went to start the chant, but it's fine. It's fine.
You know, when you lose before Baron spawns, sometimes that just happens.
Yeah. Let's go get in traffic. You know, I might be able to make it home a little earlier. It is a situation where it's tough because FPX were once one of the most lauded organizations in the LPL, obviously getting one of the championships, the world championships for this region. And now Sheer gonna say hello to Kanavi and 369 early. Guess nothing else is gonna
Grass
happen of
procs.
it. There you go. That's the dub that we're looking for. But it is also a bit of a fall from grace for the Phoenix, and it's not like it happened over a short little bit of time. It has been a long iteration of this. I think Care is the core piece that this team has been rebuilt around multiple times. He's that kind of development piece that's come up through this system. But every iteration has just barely scratched the surface, barely made their mark, but always falling a bit short.
Yeah, and, again, I mean, for this team making Group Ascend, that is overachieving expectations. Thought it was real positive for FPX. They showed some good play in that 3-seed tournament to get into Split 2 proper in order to define the groups where, I mean, FPX definitely showed they deserved to be here. They had to run the gauntlet in order to make sure that they qualified for this group and avoid the very scary Group Nirvana where you are playing for your Split 3 lives.
Which is
saw a
insane.
tweet yesterday where LNG sits. Their last scheduled game is April 26th or April 28th, and if they lose, like, their season is done April 28th.
Yeah,
Like that's just
which is
ballistic
so
to
insane.
think about.
Kanavi going for some early pathing here on the Shadow. Gonna get spotted out, and I don't know if you want to take those early skirmishes. Gonna try to at least take a
he's
couple
okay.
of the wolves. Maybe go for the smite. Oh, it actually goes the way of Shadow. So he's gonna get the advantage there. Not the
force it
damage advantage though. Kanavi has that trading pattern going on a Shadow. Maybe looking for a little bit more. Won't find anything else, but still pushing Shadow out of his own jungle.
I really like that from Kanavi, and with the prio bot from Jackulov and Chris, going to be really tough for Shadow to go cross map and actually pick up some of those camps. So it might just be relegated to taking that lower crab and seeing what he can find elsewhere, as Jackulov and Chris hit 3 early, and they're fighting aggressively.
They are. Jackie Love taking some heavy trades, but Dwayne gonna have to flash out. An auto attack from Jackie Love. The turret's gonna come through. The Foss Bomb gets one back, maybe 2. The flash is there. The auto, a double kill for Awesome.
I honestly really like the play from Jackulov, but he's someone that plays on the edge, and that edge, well, it netted him a tower shot this time around. If he doesn't tank that, I do think that they walk out there with a 1-for-0. But that tower shot was taken. Awesome gets 2 early kills on this Corki, and that's big.
That's actually so massive. Now Shadow was looking to prey on 369 up there. Not going to find anything just yet.
Again, Shadow couldn't walk bot because of the prio from the Ezreal and the Alistar. And so Shadow is relegated to pretty much nothing here. It's just
Cream.
be a nice trap.
The ultimate bait. Tway actually with a massive shattering strikes right there. Stopping Crisp in the tracks.
But look at Kanavi again. He has the, able to actually get in here. Has the help of Crisp, and we're just going to have a skirmish over the Raptors. Kanavi should keep the fights going here. Has the level advantage on the Nidalee, and this is where Nidalee really thrives. I think if Care is here to join the fight, they do have to be careful, but Jackulov even rotating over will be spotted out by Jouet, and that's just going to be the cap given over to Kanavi as it does reset. Actually gets Shadow back in, but
is he going to smite it? Oh, they just go for the all-in onto Shadow. Shadow with the explosive charge and the kitty claws from Kanavi. Say that a couple more times because Top Esports are just forcing FPX. This is the ultimate I know I'm better than you setup.
I mean, yes, in a way it is, but also FPX has to respect what their comp is. You just can't take these fights at this point, and Shadow, there's not much you can do on the map, but I think you just have to give away the Raptors. Like, go fight somewhere else. Go answer and take Nidalee's Raptors if you can, but the lack of priority in mid and bot really being taken advantage of here by Top Esports. We're going to get to replay this one again. Level 3s early is what prompted the fight. Damage split up a little bit here. Maybe if Chris stuns Jouet as well, we're able to pick this one up. And Jackulov's flash will be a little bit late. I didn't exactly see the auto attack animation, so I didn't know if he had that one up earlier. I think those are the 2 optimizations that I would look for from Top Esports in terms of taking that play. But bottom line is Jackulov ate a tower shot. Awesome picked up 2 kills, and that did shift the bot lane power a little bit here in favor of FPX.
See if it will matter in the longevity of things. I think it's so fitting that Chris was talked to recently. Okay, well, maybe we'll get a fight on to Sheer here. Kanavi gonna make his face shown into Sheer's lane. There's the unstoppable onslaught to get the double knockup. Gonna be knocked up right back. He's very tanky boy already, even just having that cinder. And nothing else there, but the grubs are up, and this is the first spawn of grubs, so it would be a 3. It's really fitting when you listen to Chris talk in the last interview, and you know, a lot of praise, obviously, or like talks and conversation about, you know, facing your old organization, the team that you got a world championship on. But his statement kind of rang true in the fact that, like, it's been so long. It's the roster's not the same. He doesn't feel like there's any kind of connection there, and that's really telling to kind of the legacy of the LPL and what we've seen over the last couple of years.
I can't blame him, right? It's not like he's playing with any of his, or against any of the old teammates where they won Worlds, right? Those guys are in different places. So I think, you know, at least the positive here for Crisp is it does speak to how long he's been competing as a player. And
Very
has
true.
one of the longest tenures now as a support in the LPL and still playing at a really high level, which is great to see.
Him and Mako swapping, or not swapping plays, but at least him taking the spot of Mako. Now Kanavi going to try to contest over Shadow, who was potentially starting up the first dragon. This is a level 6 diff right now, and Shadow just taking the brunt of it and just goes down to Cream. Now Cream gets the reset here, doesn't have the explosive charge, but has massive damage onto Care, and this lead is starting to get out in front of FPX.
And again, like the skirmishing, right? Shadow flashed out and died in that last Raptor skirmish. So now, like, you're flashless. Kanavi finds you again. You go down, and like, what can you do? This is how you can play Nidalee into Lilia. You have pushing lanes, and Kanavi's doing a great job executing it. Again, we thought that Nidalee was his best champion, and honestly, Top Esports' best compositions were built around Nidalee in Split 1. This was the champion where we had no questions about the performance of Top Esports or Kanavi, and with them playing better in Split 2, it does feel like Kanavi, still able to step up on this champion. No surprises here, but Shadow being caught out and caught by surprise everywhere here on the Rift, sadly.
I just feel like Kanavi is so out for blood right now. Just in the entirety. Oh, God. Kair's going to die. He's, hello, friend. He gets the flash out. Oh, the Fate Sealed. Oh, the combo. Creep still kills him. Is going to get the Lilty Lullaby in the end, and Shadow will clean up that kill. It is a nice little shutdown there. Meanwhile, 1v1 in top side. Unstoppable Onslaught's going to be there, dodging out of the spear from Kanavi. And that's Crisp? Supportal combat, I guess.
I missed that one on my minimap, I got to be honest, and I was not expecting to see Crisp, of all places, die there. So
there's still 3 turrets up, by the way.
There are, but the jungle continues to not be Shadows.
Oh,
and I think that's the real important part. This gap that Kanavi's been able to open up over Shadow is really
Look at his cam. Look at it. He is a stone-cold killer. He has been running FPX himself on business, and he's just calm, cool, and collected like it doesn't even matter. Like these people don't have families. Like they don't have friends. Like nobody's going to know about this, but they all know that Top Esports is diffing FPX in this series.
I mean, I don't really know what to say here, Marcel. These games just simply don't look competitive. I will say this was one of the better plays we did see from him. FPX, well played by Kair. Insta-flash out, did not. That pulverize from Chris. Managed to pick up a kill onto Cream in the back half, and then, okay, well, Chris just ran up the hills. On the bright side, he didn't give a kill over to Awesome. So, hindsight Harry says this is okay. As Jouet burns both summoner spells to make sure that he picks up 300 gold. I don't know how worth that one was, but, he barbecued some meat.
That's a way to say it, yes. He did do that. What's your favorite meat to barbecue?
Ooh.
It's got to be burgers.
I'm not a... Well, that's not really a barbecue, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, it is.
That is my favorite thing to grill, for sure.
Okay.
I used to grill a lot when I was back in Columbus.
I guess I'm talking about grilling versus barbecue.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Still.
That Fridays in the Midwest, come home from work in the summer, crack open that grill, and maybe a cold one. Nothing better.
All right. Well, they're looking at a little bit of a fight here in mid. Not going to crack open the cold one just yet. Dragon is up on the bot side. Second spawn of Grubs is coming up as well. We have not seen a single Dragon go down, but Top Esports definitely can put a little bit of presence around this Grub fight. Okay, Cream is just going to die. Shear's going to 100% him. No, will end up getting the bag up, but that means he took 3/4 of his health.
Yeah,
now Kanavi is in the Grub fight.
Good angle for Top Esports.
Okay, Jouet just doesn't get to exist, I guess. That's so unfortunate. Jackie Love! Oh, Jackie Love goes down to Awesome. Fate sealed. He ended up over the wall there, I guess, on the other side of Kanavi. Kanavi's still in the pit. Kair didn't finish him off. There's been some wonky stuff happening with walls recently here in the LPL. And Shadow's going to get bounced around, not going to get hit by the spear, but is going to eventually fall, trying to get Kanavi back, but doesn't do so. It will be 5-1 in Grub stacking for Top Esports' favor.
Yeah, I thought that Ornhorn angle from 369 was nice and what was a pretty wacky fight. Actually, in the replay, I really want to see where Kanavi was standing because I haven't seen Yone end up on the other side of a wall against an Italy. I'm wondering if it's like, of course, that wall, you have big and short parts of the wall. So I'm kind of curious if he was standing up against a big or short part of the wall. Might actually learn something about Yone going through that replay there. But so far, what we're learning about Top Esports is that, well, kind of said coming into this one, Mazel, they can outclass. Oh, I guess in the picture-in-picture, we did see Cream cancel the TP from Sheer. That's really nice from Cream. He was able to actually pick that up. Sion could have a really big impact on that fight, I will say. We missed that one.
Well,
I
it's a little bit of something.
Through.
Yeah, it's fine.
369, nice angle here. They focus up the Rel, as Rel was pretty much free meat. Shadow goes for the combo onto Kanavi, as able to get the sleep into Kair. And yeah, he's against the short part of the wall. That R hitbox, you can't see it, did end up on the other side of the wall, but of course you're tied to the champion. Clever from Kanavi. Again, I didn't know about that mechanic. It looks like he did. That actually saved his life and really helped them win out on the rest of the fight. I know it looks like 2 grubs were taken by FPX in that one, so able to deny a little bit from Top Esports, but I don't know, only 5-1 stuff.
Yeah. Well, they're finding a pick on the sheer, as they will end up getting a little bit of gold there. And Dragon has been, I believe, started by Jackie Love here this entire time. Maybe not, actually. I thought he was in the pit there doing it. But then let's look at the lane assignments, because FPX are actually trying to get something back here, get some turret plates in mid as well. Scoop up a little bit of gold, try to get away from this 3,000 deficit that they've dug themselves into. The Top Esports looking for more on the bot side.
They have 5 grubs, and that turret down bot's going to melt as Top doing a nice job of following Cream. Whereas Awesome getting in the face of Jackie Love as 2 people are showing bot. They do have the opportunity to be aggressive elsewhere. Going to take a few plates off mid, just the pushing potential. Less with the less grubs here for FPX. And yeah, Cream going to take care of business here. See, looks like he's going to get this pre-14. That's a nice gold injection, taking the plate and the first turret. And will secure feats for Top Esports.
Yeah, that's just a lot of gold. That's a lot of gold. Well, since this
lead.
game's a little bit one-sided, I will ask then, what's Alistar's favorite thing to grill? You know this guy grills. You think he knows that burgers are made out of him?
In honor of the popular pop culture movie that may or may not be allowed going over to China thanks to, you know, the tariffs going on at the moment, I'm going to say chicken jockey. We're gonna have a Fortnite multiverse crossover with the Minecraft movie, and we're gonna have Alistar grilling out chicken jockeys. Get a nice combo.
He just has a cow butt. See, the thing is, Alistar's grill. We're coming up with a skin right now, right? Please pay attention. An Alistar grilling skin, and he has a cowbell for whenever he's ready to serve the food, and he's just like hanging from his grill. You know, it's fun. I don't know.
I feel like we're onto something, but also I feel like some people might find it heinous to have a cow grilling. But
that's what makes it funny.
Hold on. I mean, also it could be like infringing on Chick-fil-A copyrights because you have the Eat More Chicken campaign.
And so he definitely could be grilling chicken.
So what's actually going to happen is we're not only going to cross over Minecraft movie, but Chick-fil-A now is entering the League of Legends universe.
I can't wait. It's going to be like the Xbox that can heat up KFC chicken. Oh, no. Wait. He's by himself a little bit. Here comes the follow-through from Awesome. Top Esports just get out. Yep, they tried, though. And that's kind of what I like.
They got something. They got Kanavi's flash. It's pretty hard to get anything at this point. Also, curious what Kanavi's going next. Probably going to be a Horizon focus, but curious if we get anything different since he is so far ahead on this Timberly. And Top Esports continues to be the team that is so far ahead as that play. Sheer rotated up to cover mid, and 369 able to get some free time with his bot turret. Yes, that might be a tank horn, but was able to knock down about half the turret. And
yeah, that's pretty far down in there. Oh, okay. So FPX gonna try to be a little proactive here. And Top Esports going to be coming around the bend, though. Maybe looking for a pincer with Cream coming down from the top side. TP's going to be there, as well as now maybe getting pincered themselves around. They got the TP up. 369 has a massive angle. The Rift Herald is going to go down. Okay, it goes to Kanavi of all people. Shadow's going to have to sing his sweet lullaby from the grave as Jackie Love puts him in that ground. Kanavi's going to finally go down to care, and they are picks across the table. When I came into this day talking to you, I said that FPX sometimes looks like chickens with their heads cut off, and I think that we got the representation right there.
Yeah, I mean, they're really forcing hard for that Rift Herald. It enabled Top Esports to find a setup, and that setup, this is for me, what really won Top Esports that split one. This setup was nice. Again, Ornn can sometimes make things so easy for you as a team. And that Ornhorn, 369 able to find, shut down Shadow. Kanavi, the only one that falls. He was down flash beforehand. A lot was burned to even make sure that he fell. And Top Esports just had all the space in the world to make sure their carries are able to do some work.
Clinical from Top Esports. Almost 7,000 gold up now. That being said, now we're going to take a look at a replay, and then I'm going to go back to grilling questions as
Oh,
There's
I have a
Daryl,
great
take
idea
it
for you
down.
coming up here, by the
All
way.
right.
As, again, 369, finds Shadow, nice Horn, Cream, has all the space in the world, can just, again, punts, toss him away. He actually won the 1v1 too. Care had to go in to find Kanavi, but he's stuck. Shui's engaged, goes to the wayside. This team is too far behind. Do anything in this game, Azel, and that gold lead keeps on growing, and Top Esports keep on cruising.
Now that I'm realizing it, it's just so fitting that we are the two ones talking about grill options. Like we're totally the two like closest to just dad energy casters.
Okay.
We're out there grilling for the team, you know.
New
All right,
idea.
What's your idea?
So from our LPL chat, we have Bloxer, caster in waiting, who fortunately was on time today. Because, let's be honest, this series has been quick. But Alistar Beef Burgers, all right? Now, keeping with my theme of weaving in IP that may or may not be necessary, Mark Wahlberg, he's got a burger company with his brother, Wahlburger Alistar, all right? I feel like this is the crossover we need. What bad movie has Mark Wahlberg been in? What bad rap song has Mark Wahlberg produced? I challenge you to find one. Even the bad ones are brilliant, all right?
Yeah, they're pretty good. Daddy's Home, by the way, great series of movies with Will Ferrell, very funny. If you haven't seen it, kind of like akin to the Christmas movies. Anyways, let's go back to the grilling questions at hand. Who's the next best griller on this map? I honestly, low-key think it's Ezreal. I think Ezreal got a good grill game.
Now, I feel like Choo Choo Orn, like if you had a grilling animation in there, that's pretty close. He's got a furnace in the train. He's cooking. 369
If only
also.
Leona was in this game.
I will say, Orn doesn't have a ton of skins. Choo Choo Orn is elite. This one's a little bit slept on too. Freljordian.
That's pretty good.
Orn, or no, sorry, Thunder. Orn.
The Elder God one is really good.
Yeah.
I really like
it.
The
It is.
Elder
I
God.
do like that one too. Oh,
Dude, what was that? That
nice.
cat just flew sideways, bro. What was
nice.
that?
That was quite the animation cancel from Kanavi.
That
So we're
was
trying to style it a bit
insane.
now, as these Raptors have been property of Kanavi for the game.
Yep.
Yep. They're gonna.
They have
pull
his
that.
name on a plaque above them. You just can't see it right there.
Yes, they're actually on his side of the map, as has been the case for the entire.
Your base belongs to us. That's what he's saying.
Again, I mean, we'll see if Top Esports can wrap this one up pre-25 yet again. It would be hilarious if no Baron spawned in this series.
That would be. Oh my God, that would
That'd
be
be a
wild.
beatdown.
That
Yeah,
would be
that'd be
absolutely
a
wild.
beatdown.
There's no way. They're stalling out a little bit. They're sputtering.
Yeah, Cream TP top after he took the inner turret, and the Scion being there, they decided that they couldn't move him. So not going to try and push through that one. I like the idea, though, at least to keep the push going, but instead Top Esports going to find the reset. And we'll say this game's been a little bit bloodier, so I think priority on Otacon up a bit. As Otacon has kind of evolved in strategy, I feel like the Roses Otacon, it's a lot more power throughout the game. Of course, if you get that res, that withdraw available, you have a big power play up for 2.5 minutes, but the Roses giving the XP and increasing the power of the Drakes that you've already secured, a little bit more impactful throughout the game.
He's got a
which,
5-level
Shui's-
lead.
Oh my
God.
That was through Aftershock.
Oh, Christ, man. This has been. I've casted a lot of games in the LPL, Cubby. I've been. This at the end of this year will be my 5th year covering the LPL holistically, and this might be one of the beatdowns of all time that I've ever watched.
Top Esports really pissed off after first day. That's all.
Right?
Throughout this.
Bring up the meme again, Kelsey. We don't need to see the gameplay. Let's just talk about the meme.
Sometimes, like in the LPL, you know, it's pretty common to have a lower tier or seeded team take games off of top tier teams just because, you know, maybe the top tier team didn't take them as seriously. And sometimes the schedule is like 3 matches a week. So you are kind of forced to prep. And who are you going to prep against? The 16th place team or the 5th place team, right? That's a valid question. And now LPL, I mean, these guys play fast. They play furious. Sometimes teams can make mistakes. Things get out of hand. But God, to see Top Esports take care of business like this, I mean, this is remnants of what made BLG so dominant the past year, Marcel. Like, that was a team that did not drop games even, which is really uncommon for the LPL because I feel like, you know, the beat of LPL, if you are a long-time fan, is, oh my God, our playoff series, like, always find a way to go to 5, right? Like, we always get bangers that shouldn't be bangers, and the bangers that should be bangers always deliver to be, like, super bangers, right? So, again, to have Top Esports taking care of business like this, I think is a really nice boost for them because this was a team that was hated on. Like, even after the wins they've had against anyone's Legends of Weibo Gaming, their Huya ratings are still like being tanked by the fans because they're so mad about the first 10 performance. But Top Esports taking that to heart, and they're really doing everything but feed on the Rifts, doing everything they can to perform in these games.
They're doing really good. And this is, again, we said it from the very beginning of the day. This is the performance we needed and wanted to see from Top Esports because they showed dominance in that split one. And falling short in internationals doesn't take that away from them. But BLG is looking like a returned beast here. And we have to see what they can do to end up in that top 4 placement to make it automatically into the playoffs for Top Esports. But here comes an attempt from FPX. Sheer, you're too young to drive, buddy. Get out of that car. Top Esports now. Get the rebuttal. Get the double knockup. Lilting Lullaby will be sweet nothings for FPX as they will lose their tier 2 tower and topside. Care is just going to try to get an all-in. He's going to not even get a single one. And Sheer and Shadow have to watch as their base crumbles.
I respect seeing the Care have the Dion Waiters / the Shy mentality of if you didn't keep on dying, then you lost the mentality to keep on playing the game. But that ult from Sheer might have been a little bit unwarranted. That again, FPX, I will say, a few less smiles on the player cams this game compared to the last, which I can't blame them for. Getting beat down like this 2 games in a row is tough, but yeah, this game is... This has been a series. I feel like the 2 series I've casted the last 2 days, Mazel... I've had 2 of the series of all time.
2 of all time.
Between
all
the EDG
time,
LNG
buddy.
series and then just like the absolute thwackening that this has been.
I don't even know. Can we just talk about grilling stuff now? Like,
No,
I don't know,
like the
man.
Sheer being too young to drive call.
It was fun.
That
It
was
was
a positive.
It's topical, okay?
369 just ruined this fight before it started. If we're gonna really talk about it, that was a massive TP into Ornhorn in the double knockup. Taking full advantage of the space creation of the Ornn. Also starting to see...
Care is like the only one that's an adult in any of these conversations for FPX. He's the only one that like has anything to say. Dway is going to go down to Kanavi. Awesome is also going to go down to Kanavi. That's a double kill. Maybe look up for more. Just go ahead and see how many you can rack up. Unfortunately, Sheer's pretty tanky, and Nidalee not known to be able to take down tanks, but maybe going to try to do so anyways. Enough cat scratches onto a post will end up taking it down. Not going to find any more cat scratches there in Shadows, just playing mind games with Top Esports.
Sion, you lost space to go.
Look
And
at
Sheer
Shad. They're
lost the will
laughing.
to
They're
live.
just having a good time.
Yeah, look at that smile. Look at
Sheer and Kanavi and 369. Legends of JDG fandom.
Okay, Care.
Oh, okay. Nice flash from
Dude,
Scream's going to get him out of there.
Care is the try-hard in solo queue, you know?
I
He's
told
confusing
you.
that guy. I
He's
respect
oh
it.
my
boy,
God.
awesome.
Oh, Lilting Lullaby coming out there. I don't think he's going to be able to get away.
Hey, plus 923. Care's got a smile on his face. Same
Huge.
with Cream there. As, yeah, guys having a little bit of fun in this one again. This game pretty done and dusted. But on the bright side, FPX, they saw a Baron spawn in this game.
True. They did make it over
I mean,
25 minutes.
It's on the map. They haven't seen it yet because they haven't been able to get that far up on the map. But they saw it. It's in the game.
It's in the game. Oh.
Oh, that was a nice play from Care, actually. He's going to find a good ult, too. This is well played. I know we're having a little bit of fun with this game, too. That was well played
For sure.
from Care.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they've consistently, like, literally rebuilt this team almost 3 times around this guy, Care, because he is that crucial developmental piece that FPX has been trying to work around. And also, he got his Yone in game number 2. It was something actually that was banned away by Top Esports. And trying to now, actually, I do believe it might have been FPX on blue side banning away. But it is still something where, you know, they tried to get this composition that has worked for them in the past. And I did like some of the flavors we saw. I know the biggest holdup that you had was the Corki. But I still did like that initial kind of 3 picks that they had to start it off.
Cream utilizing that
That's
extended range
insane,
from
man.
Tristana to get some
Not
bonus
fair.
range with the passive. Yeah, it's not just Caitlyn or Jinx that can do that. Tristana can too. As that Baron gets ripped down, shredded down, and now FPX, unfortunately, they never saw the Baron spawn, but they will see the buff on the shoulders of Top Esports.
They know it existed.
It's there. It's in the game.
You know who I want to see grill? Scion.
You know, I
feel
feel like canonically, Lumberjack Scion has to grill to live. Like, how else is he gonna use all the wood that he cuts?
True.
So
That's the
therefore, if we have a
canon lore
griller
that we
Scion
needed.
skin, I would like that.
I need him to just be like covered in sausages. Like he's just a butcher or something. And speaking of being butchered, I think FPX are about to learn the hard way that Top Esports is here for one thing and one thing only, and that is dominance in Split 2 to make up for the transgressions at First Stand and to try to continue their streak in the LPL 2025. They were champions in Split 1 for a reason, and they will absolutely down smash onto FPX and take a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, it was only Sheer with the chicken jockey kill at the end with Scion passive that got him anything in that last fight. That's going to be a pretty convincing 2-0 for Top Esports at the end.
I'm dead, bro.
I feel like the Scion chicken jockey skin has some potential. Or Kled chicken jockey. He's literally the League of Legends chicken jockey.
Riot Games, get this man in your developmental team.
I have a marketing major.
GG's to Top Esports, man. GG's to Top Esports. I think we almost that game went a little bit longer. If it was a little bit shorter, I think we almost spent more time in breaks plus setting up the 1v1 than we did in the series. Like, it's that close.
It's the only time that we've said that close all series. It's the game time between breaks and the actual 2-0 as Top Esports.
Why you gotta do that, man? It's too real. It's too real.
Top Esports, they cruise to the top of the LPL standings, now sitting at 3-0, a +4 game score. We'll see if BLG, with the win, they would be able to eclipse Top Esports later on in the week. But, man, I mean, again, Top Esports continue to look great in their wins. Any doubts of Top Esports really not being able to perform at First Stand are just being further and further erased with every series they hit the Rift for. And frankly, I mean, great to see, because I don't want to vindicate their First Stand performance at all, because it was poor for LPL fans, but it has to be vindicating for them to come back to the region and dominate. We'll see if they can, contest those demons when they go international again. If they maintain this form, like, frankly, right now, this is a team that we do expect to see international again, and it clearly look like one of the top dogs we have in the league, and it's great to see them bounce back after a pretty rough First Stand performance, and we'll see if those Huya ratings get raised up after this series, or if they're still going to be flamed. I've not seen anything above 5, despite 2 2-1 victories over quality opponents.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I will also just give a shout out to Top Esports. There's been 4 days of LPL. They've played on 3 of them so far. And the problem is that it's not even stopping anytime soon. They have 3 more best of 3s this week. This is the week that they play 4. All the teams get a week where they play 4, I think, the majority of them at least. And this is Top Esports' Hell Week. This is 4 best of 3s in 7 days. And if they're going like this, I mean, they might just end up at the top of the standings even further than they are now.
Yeah. God, that's just crazy to think about 4 best 3s in 1 week.
Crazy, man.
And
not only that, but you literally
ballistic.
did the short week of starting on like whatever Saturday, it's Sunday, into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Like it's actually insane. This team, pretty nuts.
I mean, again, we can't really sing the praises of Top Esports enough. We moved to 3-0, and for FPX, sadly, that 0-3 start, kind of what we expected from this team. I think that their best opportunity to find a victory for sure was going up against Thundertalk, but
Cream looked good in this one, by the way.
It's Cream's Tristana. I really feel like this is his best champion. He always looks good in this pick.
Had a 17 win streak last year.
I gotta believe this is a Kanavi MVP, just given the really dirty things he did early on. Or I would give it honestly to 369. I thought the Ornn was creating a lot of space. Yeah,
I think Kanavi gets double. I think it goes up to 9 on the split.
I think it's got to be Kanavi. The early game lead was just too big.
Yeah, it was. We're gonna be waiting for the rest of the stats and then getting to that MVP here. I don't even know if we want to look at the highlights. Obviously, we're gonna look at the highlights, but I think it's gonna be maybe more grilling questions. I don't know. Now, anytime I panic, I'm going to go to grilling questions. We're going to talk about grills. We're going to talk about anything.
At least we've spent the game like talking about grilling and how it interacts with champions and not grilling the Phoenix that got grilled in that 2-0 series by Top Esports.
I'm telling you, Alistar
Hashtag
grilling
positivity.
burgers. It's the next April Fool's skin.
I mean, I feel like an Eat More Chicken collaboration if you want to go full Fortnite. I don't know how Chick-fil-A would feel about maybe some of the
Yeah, I don't know.
some of the other aspects of League of Legends as a brand, but eat more chicken. That has some real potential there, Mazel.
It does. It does indeed. But yeah, it was very one-sided. This was a little fun. Awesome getting some 1v1s against Jackie Love.
If we're going to have any positive for FPX, I know that Awesome started 2-0. I don't think this game was his fault. The team was really far behind around him, and he actually was able to utilize his lead here and there. That'll be my one positive.
Okay. I like it. It's
That
a
and
good positive.
Care tried till the end.
Care looked pretty good on Yone, except in lane.
Yeah. But
In lane, he kind of got dogged on.
a little bit of that is how the lane goes. A little bit of that was how the jungle matchup was going and their choice to fight those early Raptors. I think that if I'm FPX, that's really what I'm looking at. Like, why did we try and fight and contest a few of those Kanavi
That's
invades?
the
Like,
biggest
is
thing.
there any way that we can actually play defense around that? I didn't look at the ward setups they had level 1. That's a big thing going up against Italy. Probably something I should have talked about on the cast. If I'm going to do some own self-review here, talking about FPX's review. But
Somebody needs review.
Yeah.
Might be FPX. I don't know. This is a situation, though, that, like, and maybe this is copium, hopium, whatever you want to call it, but it is one of those, like, beatdowns that's, like, maybe even a wake-up call, and it's so clearly displaying FPX's weaknesses that maybe this is just a blueprint for them to try to rebuild off of it into the rest of the group ascend, because it is a double round robin, and that's the benefit that they afforded themselves by making that massive run in the qualifications to get here, is they do get more games. They get more time. They're not in Nirvana. They're not even threatened to be out of that next split, and they have that possibility to kind of pull it together as time goes on.
For players like Care and Sheer, that could be really nice. Not only to get more games, against a lot of teams that are better than you. I mean, behind the scenes, like, what's the likelihood of FPX scoring a team like Top Esports, right?
Yeah.
If you're a good team and a good coaching staff, you are going to learn a lot from this loss. And I feel like Chang's coming into this squad, and it feels like there has been an impact on FPX for Split 2. So hopefully it would be quite fun if we could see a team like FPX or Thunder Talk or even Team WE really scale up throughout this group, show that they did learn something in the double round robin. It's the 3 teams that most people expect to probably be towards the bottom of the standings by the end of this. So that could be a positive coming in. Maybe something that we're going to look out for when it comes to these lower tier teams.
Yeah, exactly that. I just read the message from our producer, Kelsey. You guys talked about grilling for 20 minutes without actually talking about grilling. It's a good time. As Kanavi will earn his 9th MVP on this split number 2, and willfully so on his Kanavi. Looked really good in game number 1. Looked maybe even as good, maybe even better on the Nidalee in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, he made Shadow look like a shadow of himself on the Rift. Absolutely owned that jungle matchup from start to finish. And again, that Top Esports, when Kanavi gets Nidalee, this team looks good. That has been a consistent factor. Despite domestic, international, whatever split it is, it's been solid for Kanavi and top. So good to see them show that today against FPX as they take care of the Phoenix. And we'll see what else Top Esports has in store throughout this group ascend and this massive double round robin.
Yep, it's 3-0 Top Esports to try to keep pushing the fold on a BLG. But that is it for our first best of 3 of the night. We're going to have Rafa and Bloxer coming in to finish us out with a banger. IG versus AL. You do not want to miss it.
Yep.
We'll be there.
Told my boss that I'm done. handle like with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth, maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low.
Yo, welcome back, y'all. Muchas gracias to our boys, Mazel and Cubby, for being able to close out that 2-0 sweep by Top Esports versus FPX. I am never going to forget. Get out of that car share. You are too young to drive. That is a top 10 LPL call. That needs to go in the Hall of Fame. Shout out to our boys. But we got another best of 3, as they hinted at, between IG and Anyone's Legend. It's your boy Rafa back in the caster booth. I'm joined with the Mandem, Bloxer. Let's get back at it, baby. What do we got for us tonight?
I mean, this matchup should be absolutely insane, right? AL up against Invictus Gaming, and both of these teams have not had the start to Split 2 that they would have wanted. Coming out of the placements, both these teams were feeling good, looking hot, looking like they were going to be able to explode onto the scene in Split 2. That has not been the case, so this is going to be a really big matchup for both of them to show that the struggles of the first couple days are not representative.
Yeah, because in that placement stage, they were cooking. IG clean house in their respective groups, 6-0. Anyone's Legend 5-1. They fell to RNG. Shout out to Jockey, who pulled out a massive showstopper of a performance on the Kaisa. But still, both of these teams, first seeds in their respective groups, we expect them to be easily tournament favorites and playoff, strong contenders. But the fact that Invictus Gaming dropping their series against BLG and Anyone's Legend dropping their series against Top Esports, both of these guys have a lot to kind of still work on, as a lot of the consistency issues are still plaguing them. But we're going to go right into rosters for both of these squads. On the blue side, it is Invictus Gaming, the Shy in the top lane, JJ in the jungle, Rookie mid lane, and the bot lane duo of Gala and Mako.
And of this roster, the people are looking at the Shy. He's had a couple of really interesting performances. Specifically, we got to see a Nidalee top, and it won.
I know!
It was such a fun pickup to watch. The way that he was actually able to work that one in, smash out Sheer on that Gnar, and really carry his team through, genuinely so impressive. But everybody on IG have had their moments where they've been looking really good. They've all also had moments where, I gotta be honest, you're looking at it and you're questioning a couple of things. IG, they just don't look like their same consistent selves that they were able to during the placements.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that I was geeking out over the Shy picking AD Nidalee top, but in Game 3, Cubby was geeking out over the Shy picking Renekton. And even in the BLG series, it goes to show that the Shy still remains to be one of the better pilots of this crocodile in the LPL that we still got. But when you remark about the consistency issues, unfortunately, I thought it was just plaguing a couple of players on this roster, but even some of our show-stopping, smite-stealing, objective stealers, I'm talking about JJ, who is pulling off some miracles like this in the FPX series, in the Top Esports series during playoffs in Split 1.
Yeah.
Then you have some games where, I don't know, man. I understand why Scout was saying JJ was trash, a couple years ago in the Champions queue. I was like, oh my gosh, like, is this banter or is this truth? But I'm like, there's not a lot of consistency overall on a lot of these players, and this is supposed to be a superstar roster. This is the first time in years that IG has done away with the developmental process and an approach. They just all in on, we're just getting 5 guys who have all won world championships or MSI titles, all international champions that have represented LPL in the best of ways in years past, and we just want to get as many titles as possible in the LPL and go for that world championship once again.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate. JJ specifically, he's had some performances, like you said, that were awesome, but specifically in that BLG series that they had, he got exposed hard. I mean, it looked to me like Rookie was actually having a pretty good series overall. He was able to go toe-to-toe with Knight throughout that entire one. JJ was getting smacked around. He wasn't able to step into his jungle most of the time. He wasn't actually finding those plays that he needed to early on, and it meant that the team was just falling behind early and never could really get themselves back into it. If they're going to win here today, he's really going to need to step up.
Yeah, well, one thing that IG does have going for them is the power of friendship. I think all 5 of these guys are pretty much at least having a great time playing together, and hopefully that synergy carries them through. I think we have a little treat for you, another comms video featuring the 5 guys on IG.
你在这儿呢？哪儿干的？
可以看情况出来。
不知道位置，
我去打了，我去跟他打。
班子飞了，
我来了，我来了，我来了，我来了，来，他没闪，他没闪。哦，可惜。小山，你走吧。
救他！可以走。
你怎么把阿卡丽踢过去了？
你在这儿。
Literally, those words, why did you kick him over there? That was my exact reaction when I watched and casted that live. Like, you just kicked Karakali over to the shy, Chechen. What are we doing? Okay, you know, there's some moments of betrayal on this roster, but you know, it's all in good fun, and I hope that the power of friendship that is developing between, you know, the duos of former teammates, Rookie and the Shy being former of that 2018 IG World Championship run, JJ and Mako being of the 2021 EDG World Championship run, and of course, you know, Gala thrown in the mix. All 5 of these guys, it seems like they're getting along. It seems like they're trying to build towards what could be, hopefully by the end of the 2025 season, a worthy contender to go compete internationally.
Yeah, exactly. That is going to be the look for this team, right? They're not looking just towards the LPL. They're looking internationally. They're looking at moving on right here. And of course, with the system that we've got, with the format that we've got in this split 2 of the LPL, top 4 teams move themselves onto the playoffs. I think IG are in with a good shot of being one of those top 4 teams. They've already managed to pick themselves up one of the wins. It didn't look so clean versus FPX actually, and that gives me a little bit more pause as we just watched FPX get dismantled previously. You know, I would have liked to have seen IG look a little bit stronger with that one, but this team, I think they've got so much potential in them. They just need to work out a few of those synergy bits. Like you said, the kicking him over there, not ideal out of JJ, but those are the sort of synergy things that you can work on, you know? It's not like you're looking at any of these players and going, yeah, this guy can't compete on this stage. None of those have this sort of issue.
Yeah, it's definitely a moment where you can see when all 5 of the parts click and you go, oh my god, this team might be able to do it. But sometimes those pieces don't always click at the same time, you know? But that's why we still have hope. That's why we still have expectations that these guys can meet them. And when they disappoint or when they fail to meet those expectations, we're a little bit more harsh just because we know what is the potential ceiling. But on the flip side, you have Anyone's Legend. Another roster of not quite the same name brand of the other players on IG, but you have one world champion in Flandre in the top lane, and the rest of the roster, Tarzan jungle, Shanks mid lane, Hope, and KL in the bot lane. These guys at least are like, when we look at Tarzan, definitely someone that's been a strong international contender in years past, notable from that Griffin roster back in the LCK in 2019, alongside Chovy, before coming over to the LPL and, you know, continuing out the rest of his career over here on multiple different rosters. He was a contender for Split 1 regular season MVP before Doinby was able to, you know, snatch it just a few points over him. But Shanks and Hope kind of along that next line of hopeful rising stars in the LPL in their respective roles.
And I'd say at the moment in the way that Aeon's playing, Shanks and Hope have honestly been the bits that I've been most impressed with. Tarzan has obviously been playing very well for himself as well, but both of these two have just been really popping off, really keeping this roster together with some brilliant performances. In the one game that they were able to pick up against Top, these two popped off on one. I mean, Hope didn't even die, 9-0 and 11 in that game on the Corki, and you can see here, was just able to lay down the hammer in a lot of these team fights. Really impressive performances from both of them, and it's actually that world finalist, world champion that you were talking about, right, with Flandre, where it's like, that's actually the place where I've had a little bit of questions, and I know you have too.
Yeah, Flandre in Split 1 definitely seemed like he was ahead of the curve on the first iteration of the Fearless split with best of 5s, but then in the finals against 369, I'm not gonna, you know, sugarcoat it, he got gapped. 369 completely ran him every single game, and then recently in this best of 3 series, even though Anyone's Legend eventually closed out game 1, Flandre was still kind of getting ran in lane by 369, even though Top Esports weren't able to play around it, and that's a discussion for a completely different series. But most of the time, it seems like Flandra is not performing in lane as strongly as you would want for someone on this roster to be. I mean, maybe, yeah, you can rely on trying to weak side him and allow him to play, a tank, but a lot of the strengths, especially, backed up by our producer Kelsey, is that Flandra is able to be one of the few pro players that reads the patch notes early on and comprehend it well, and therefore be able to critically think and come up with creative picks that no other top laners are going to be able to come up with right away. Well, that hasn't really happened yet on this patch here, Bloxer.
No, it really hasn't, and it feels like because the top lane meta hasn't really changed that much from previously, he's kind of stuck in the same sort of things. Everybody else has figured out what's going on with the top lane meta at the moment, and he's getting pigeonholed into either playing these tank matchups where he's not doing great in lane, but it's fine, or trying to pull out these carry performances and just not really being able to do so. I mean, in that matchup up against 369, the Gwen performance specifically was incredibly suspect, just was not able to pop off on that one, and Gwen is one of our highest pick bans in the LPL for a reason at the moment. It is an incredibly strong pick that you are not comfortable giving over to the majority of LPL top laners. He was given that one and he was not able to do anything with it, not in lane, not throughout the rest of the game, and that gives me a big worry about this player.
Yeah, if one of the power picks that you're contesting bans on in a majority of the games throughout a series, and you get a chance to pick it, and your top laner is not even proficient on it, well, you better pray that the other team doesn't catch up on that tendency, because then they might, give away the Gwen. See if you take that gambit and then look to try and, play something that might have a, potential skill matchup, and then just try and outlane Flandra in the early laning phase. And while the Shy, like we said before, hasn't had the consistency to really, match the laning prowess, I think the Shy would be one of the top laners who would be willing to take that gambit.
Oh yeah, there's no way that if you give the Shy an opportunity for a skill matchup that he's going to be like, nah, I don't feel it today. He is one of the best top laners for just taking it to you, throwing down the gauntlet. We are going to fight right now, and I think that when we are getting into these games, I'm going to be looking a lot towards top lane. What is Flandra actually able to do? Because for a lot of these top laners, when they are playing these more tanky, bruisery type matchups, lots of the Cassantes, Ambestas, everything like that, popping off in lane isn't necessarily what needs to happen, but for these teams, if the Shy is able to actually pop off in the lane, that can completely change the game right here in IG's favor. And AL, if you're spending a lot of time with Tarzan trying to deal with the fact that Flandra is losing top lane, that's time taken away from Shanks and Hope and getting those two carries ahead.
Which is something that I've been wanting to focus in on specifically for anyone's legend, because there's a few times in these series where Hope is getting a massive lead, but anyone's legend is not always proactively playing around that lead for Hope. They're not always playing through Hope. Hope just, alongside KL are able to get a few kills together and get an item lead or a solid component lead through laning phase. And yet, I see them lose games. And I'm just thinking, guys, if your AD carry is ahead, you should be taking more advantageous fights. You should be looking to protect your investment that you had so far. But, I almost wish that anyone's legend would play around Hope the way Top Esports plays through Jackie Love, even when it's to their own detriment. When Jackie Love falls behind, you see Top Esports scramble to try and bail Jackie Love out, even if it puts them further behind in the deficit. Anyone's legend, regardless if Hope is ahead or not, Tarzan is just like, oh, you're ahead? Oh, cool. I guess I could take a dragon. I guess I can ignore, take these objectives now. But I don't see like a full-on, committed to the eggs basket, and I want to see that today.
I think part of it for me is also that Hope sometimes is a little bit reticent to actually go in. He likes to sit quite far back, doesn't necessarily have that killer gene that maybe Jackie Love has, where you see him going flying into the backline on the Kaiser. He's much more trying to sit back, position out a little bit, and I think that makes it a little bit tricky to try to fully play around him. But we'll have to see, because if they are able to fully utilize the fact that Hope is good at getting himself leads in his laning phase, then that's a great way for them to actually be able to come back into this one and really show up in the way that we've been hoping that he'll be able to, because he does get these leads for himself. And I mean, speaking of, the Varus is going to be taken off of the board right here, very early on right here, and I mean, immediately, the Corki in a 1v1? Really?
Well,
Okay.
listen, man. Blue side is very important in series.
Yes.
And even if you're
Okay,
not...
fine,
Whoa, that's a
yes.
cool Gwen cosplay.
That was a great Gwen cosplay.
That 10 out of 10. Also, oh, yo, Rookie. Yeah! Dude, Rookie's
Yes.
psyched to
Yes.
lock this in. And he's like, you can see that it's like, oh, I hope he picked a champion that doesn't absolutely take a dump on me, you know, for playing an assassin. He's like, yes, it's Corky. It's a squishy marksman. I can abuse this.
Yeah, this is why I was a little bit suspect of the Corky pickup, because, you know, of all the people who's gonna be able to pull something out that could just go in onto the Corky and try to assassinate it, yeah, it's gonna be this guy. It's gonna be Rookie, and we know that his Z can really pop off, especially in these 1v1 scenarios. At the same time, though, I've seen a lot of very aggressive pickups right here in the 1v1s do well for themselves, and then all of a sudden, it just doesn't get that initial kill. You don't manage to get that first burst down kill at level 6, and you just get slowly whittled away, slowly chunked out. It's not, you know, something that I think is going to be completely one-sided. Shanks can't play this one out, but oh boy, is it going to be a bit rough during the early stages.
God, I'm just living for the vibes that I'm getting through Rookie's energy right now. Just the
want it in a
smile
real
that is
game.
beaming through the camera. He is ready to play
Yeah.
the Shadow Ninja.
We get so many cool 1v1 matchups here, and then we go into games, and we've got another Azir Orianna matchup, and it's like, please, why couldn't we have this more often? As we do jump in, now, just a quick reminder, getting yourself 100 CS no longer wins you the tournament, right? It doesn't give you the side select. Do not be fooled into thinking that 100 CS is going to do anything for you. It's 2 kills or first tower. We have removed the CS, which, I gotta be honest, I'm very thankful for.
Yeah, you can't just... I don't want to say cheat your way out, because it was a legitimate way to win the game, but you can't take the coward's way out of just winning by war of attrition. You gotta fight. You gotta do a battle to the death.
Yeah.
And if you don't get the first 2 kills, or the first tower, then there's a ring of fire that closes in on you, you know, Fortnite style, and then you are forced to battle to the death. Now, I'm really curious how Rookie tries to prep the trades here with his Shadow Clones, because while, yes, the Assassin has a lot of burst damage, Shanks is still a ranged champion, and that will still give you an overall advantage in getting first shove on the wave.
Absolutely. For right now, it's very much going to be on Rookie to just get himself to level 6 and then try for an all-in. Potentially even just get an early recall off, get a little bit more power onto himself, and then go in for the all-in later on. But having this much lane control is always so nice on this map, because you can get yourself the relic both of your own and of your opponents, and it can just give you such a good health advantage. Plus, obviously, pretty easy to be able to poke out in this range versus melee matchup.
Yeah.
You know, Zed, he's not the worst for being able to do a little bit of poke back, but you can see it right here. I don't even know if Rookie's going to be able to step up to this one. Yeah, didn't even get himself the healing there, and it's just so rough to try play out very early on.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, the way you want to be able to set up your level 6 all-in is try to land some of this poke, slowing them with the Shadow Slash. Should make layering the shurikens on top a little bit easier to land, but it's still overall a skill shot, and if Shanks is able to be quick on his feet, which he has been so far, denying Rookie a lot of potential harass off the HP bar, which does make that overall level 6 all-in a lot harder to achieve, as Shanks hitting level 6, Valkyrie forward. Here we go.
And there it is.
First all-in.
Yep.
Whoa, where did
Yep.
that burst damage come from?
Yep.
Rookie, I was not familiar with your game, but between the Death Mark, the Electrocute, and the Ignite, that put Shanks back in the dirt.
It's exactly as we were just saying, right? You wait for that level 6, hope you've landed just about enough poke, and he does indeed. It's very, very close, but also Rookie still has the barrier available, so wasn't even that close to being taken out on the trade kill. Obviously, you do still need 2 kills, so it's not going to be the end of the world. There's still a possibility for Shanks to be able to get himself back into this one, but he has very much been put on the back foot. We're actually going to get a replay of this. Like you said, he just uses everything right here, and Shanks, he gets very aggressive with his positioning, and I don't know if he thought maybe Rookie either didn't have the damage or wasn't going to tick 6 when he did, but it's just such an odd time to step up that far.
You can tell that there's like maybe a sense of false confidence since Rookie was down his W shadow. And so they thought maybe, oh yeah, I'm level 6, I should be able to get a lot of trade damage in. Like this now, where he knows for a fact that Rookie is on cooldown with that death mark, and Rookie can't really answer back right now.
No, he's so incredibly low at the moment, and despite getting that early kill, he's only got himself a very slight item advantage, and trying to step up to the wave right now could be incredibly tricky. He doesn't have that ulti, so you've just basically got to try land the poke right here, wait, and then hope that your all-in is going to work out. The Ignite and the ulti are going to come back up at pretty much the exact same time right here for Rookie, so there is a possibility, but, I mean, Shanks could just jump him here.
Ooh. Shanks is really trying to squeak Rookie out before Deathmark comes back up off cooldown, but now that Shanks is at 60% HP, close to 50%,
he's got
there's a world where Rookie just might go for it. He has Ignite, he has Barrier, he has Deathmark available. If he sees Shanks goes for another Valkyrie, he just might take it.
If you die here, you're going to lose your tower, and that is going to end this 1v1, so you've got to be really careful about this. In fact, it looks like both of them just going to go for a reset right here, or is it just... Do you have time for this, Rookie?
I mean, the Ring of Fire has not started yet. I think he definitely does. But then again, if Shanks clears out this minion wave rapidly...
It's melting, yeah.
Oh,
hang on.
Rookie is trying to pop the shadow. He's trying to get there as soon as possible. The turret damage isn't going to survive. 2, 1. The barrier, the death mark, not enough time. Shanks perseveres and will take the 1v1 victory.
Oh, that's really, really rough right there for Rookie. But like we were saying, it's so tricky when you're getting poked out constantly. Yes, you end up dying, but you're able to just do so much tower damage right there. Was able to get quite a lot of the plating as well, which meant he wasn't falling behind in terms of the items, and able to come out on top. I really didn't think that he had enough time to go back for that recall, but I was like, surely he knows better. Unfortunately not.
Well, with that, anyone's legend guarantee themselves blue side for the first game of this best of 3. And here we go, Blockster. We get into the nitty-gritty. We get to talk about which power picks are both of these teams going to give up or put on the ban list. Are we going to see some of these champions actually be let through? Do we see gambits being taken by the red side in IG?
What can you do here? Because there are so many power picks that whilst blue side is definitely favorable because you can get yourself the best of the best, you're still often trading it for a couple of other good ones. I'm going to be very interested to see what happens with the Gwen and with the Neferi. The Gwen, because you'd expect for it to just be a straight up pickup if you can get it for yourself. But we've seen Flandre not have such good performances. Maybe as the Shy, you're happy enough to give that one over. You think you've got something in your back pocket you can pull out versus it. We've seen that the Kennen was very effective from 369 into Flandre on that pick. Usually the Gwen, so high priority, maybe not in this matchup. And then the Neferi. The Neferi has been picked up in basically every single series so far, and for good reason. If you're good on this champion, you can completely take over the game.
There's a lot of players on the Rift today that left performances with a lot let desired, I think is the most polite way I can say it.
Yes.
But we know the ceilings of both of these teams. We know that they can reach for the stars, that they can ascend onto that silver throne and become kings of the LPL once again. But right now, it is still only the second week. It might still be the first week. I'm not even sure if we're technically on week 2 or week 1 or not, but still, we're in the very beginning of, I'm getting producer intel that we're still on week 1.
Still week 1.
Still 7 more weeks of the regular season of this Rumble stage played out, double round robin, best of 3s, but still getting as many games as possible under your belt to put yourself as high into the standings as possible, and being able to prove that the development and the improvements are working towards that higher goal is always a way to leave a statement of confidence after this series.
Absolutely. This split 2 has a lot of games, especially for teams in this group Ascend. You don't want to be playing in the next set where you're up against some of those top group Nirvana teams. You want to just move straight on to the playoffs, guarantee yourself a little bit of rest, a little bit of break. Like I said, incredibly important matchup for what should be two of our top teams right here. As we jump into the ban phase right now, we were wondering what we were going to see with the Nefarious with the Gwen. Well, the answer is IG not interested in letting either of those go through. Interesting that the Varus has actually been allowed to go through, though. That has been another pickup that we've been seeing a lot as B1s.
I think IG will look for Jace as one of these picks on the flip side. To pair with Jace, not entirely sure, but if IG are preferring to go with a Yone this early on, you could still slam Jace and then guarantee Sejuani afterwards, but they want to...
They just want it.
They want to make sure that the Sejuani doesn't get sniped away by Tarzan on the flip side, but I imagine you already have a Varus, you have a Poke comp already set up and ready to go. You can pair that with the Jace right here, right now.
Absolutely you can, and it will give you a ton of control just over the areas that we're really trying to fight around, all of these early skirmishing objectives, and then those later game team fights. Tarzan gonna go towards the Lilia right here. It's a very different playstyle from what JJ is going to be looking for on the Sejuani, far more focused on just farming up and getting to the point later on where you can deal all of the damage, and you're not too worried about the Sejuani making your life uncomfortable. And it is going to be the Tristana locked in right here. Alright, so we're going to get the double ADC combo between Shanks and Hope right now. It's very aggressive as a pickup, and it also means that this composition from AL already looking very much towards the later stages of the game. IG, they are also going to be playing a little bit towards the late game because that's when the Yone is going to pop off, but with the Sejuani, they're unlocked to now try play around some priority lanes and get themselves advantages early.
This is so fascinating that Jace went this far down the draft, since we've seen it either first picked on blue or red side, but I think I can understand the line of thinking that AL had once the Jace was kind of offered up on the table. You wanted to get an ideal matchup that can punish and pressure the Yone early on, because once Yone gets that item advantage, when he's able to scale freely into the late game, he does become a menace. He does become almost too unstoppable to deal with. Tristana gives you that advantage, and then already pairing it up with a strong AP jungler of Tarzan's choice, I guess you just had to concede at some point and just say, well, you know what? I think it is totally fine that we let them have the Jace as long as we have a way to stop Rookie from getting monstrously ahead on the Yone.
I really like this Ziggs ban right here out of AL because IG's profile is very AD focused at the moment. You are relying currently on the little bits of AP damage that you can get out of a Sejuani. Not going to be enough. They're going to need an APC in this bottom lane in order to make this composition work. And without the Ziggs available, you're kind of running out of the really good options at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if they, decide to go towards the support at the moment and then wait to see what of the APCs left available is going to be interesting to go towards. But I'm really not sure what they're going to want. Seraphine's not that strong at the moment, and I think you're going to need even more damage than that. Sort of game where Gwen would have been great, but they've already banned it.
I think you're almost hoping on the side of IG that Anyone's Legend does not lock in a tank top laner. Because if he does lock in a tank top laner, then surely you have to splash in magic damage. Otherwise, there's just no way that you're going to be able to, kill it with all physical damage and a tank that just gets the stack armor for free. And Anyone's Legend, I think, very aware of that. I'm very certain that this will be a poppy for Flandre in the top lane. Should be a, pretty... not necessarily like a hard winning matchup into Jace. It's not a counter pick, but it's something that can absorb the pressure. It can deflect a lot of any of the early melee harass with the steadfast presence. I might be wrong. Maybe Anyone's Legend are actually just going to take the Poppy into support, and they're going to give Flandre the Mbessa instead.
I mean, it makes sense. The Poppy does so much right here into this composition. There are a ton of dashes that you're going to be able to disrupt, and you can stop the Alistar from having anywhere near as much threat onto you early on in the laning phase. But at the same time, in the laning phase with an APC, you're not necessarily looking to go for these really big kills. Really not sure what you have available to you. Do you actually just fully go in and think you're not going to have problems with tanks right here? Apparently that is going to be the answer. The 0 real AP damage composition right here out of IG. Very much a composition that's going to be focused on getting themselves to that 2, maybe 3 item point and then popping off in these team fights. A lot of poke available to them as well. The composition, it does work, and there isn't one mass tank. KO won't have anywhere near as much gold as he would as a top lane Poppy to be able to get that tanky. Still, though, I do worry a little bit because of this damage profile.
Yeah, I mean, definitely right on the one hand that it is mostly physical damage coming out of IG, but because there is no single champion that is going to be a dedicated front line that gets to stack a lot of armor and will be able to boast, you know, three full tank armor items by the time we get to those late game team fights. Poppy support at most is going to have her fully upgraded support item and then maybe, you know, a locket or I don't know if she's doing super well for herself. I don't know what supports build these days, if they're, you know, have a large gold injection as a tank, you know, like Unending Despair. Do they still go Heartsteel? I'm not sure. But, you know, still right on the fact that, like, Anyone's Legend kind of, or not Anyone's Legend, IG, lucked out on the fact that Anyone's Legend could have smashed a, you know, tank top laner into Jace, and they said, nah, we'll just put it support instead.
Yeah. Ornn was still available, and he is in a pretty good spot at the moment and could have been the sort of unkillable tank you just could not possibly have dealt with. Something else, maybe even like the Zac in the top lane, Malphite. All of these are options that were still available, could still have been picked up here. And without it, it does mean that this AL composition is also a little bit squishy, but I don't think either of these compositions are going to be worrying about running out of damage. These are incredibly aggressive comps from both of these two in this first game.
Enthusiastic Jayos coming out in the stadium for both IG and AL. I think I mostly heard IG Jayos, but I want to say there's some AL love in there, at least in the beginning. But between these two teams, you called it, damage is plenty in supply. And when there's multiple threats on both sides, 3 for IG, 4 for Anyone's Legend, then you know we're in for a wild ride in the mid-game skirmishes and the late-game team fights, Bloxer.
It should be absolutely insane once we get later on. Of course, we've got a lot of League of Legends to play to see how these teams are going to be looking coming into the mid to late game. Right now, they're already going to start with a little bit of poke going on. Both junglers going to run into each other. Shy and Flandre already doing a lot of damage to each other as well. We've got a fight on multiple fronts here.
Tarzan ramped up on the Conqueror stacks, and because Shanks is a range champion level 1, just using that priority to try and force JJ off of these Raptors here. One more Q, the smite goes over to Tarzan, but is not level 2 yet, but Flandre was putting the beat down on the Shy as Tarzan forces the flash out of JJ. Rookie answers back and gets one on the Shanks with both flashes traded, and in the end, it is a scrap in the chicken pit.
It really is. I wasn't expecting these teams to actually go all in the end, but they do. And like you said, it is going to be a ton of damage going down, a couple of kills as well. And the split of the kills, I think, is very interesting. I think both teams are going to be very happy with the way that this one has worked out. Flandre being able to pick up a kill is going to make this matchup into the Jace even better to be able to play out. It makes it a lot less of a just straight up skill matchup. Once you're actually able to go back to base and spend that gold, it's going to be a lot easier to play out. But Rookie getting that early kill, exactly what you want on a Yone. This is the issue.
The Shy took electrocute in this matchup. Oh, just one more range auto attack. There it is, and just escapes the turret range to not give another kill over to Flandre. He may have lost the first blood over to the Ambessa, but he answers right back.
And this is the problem, right? You don't get to go back to base initially to spend that gold. You're just stuck in the lane, and it doesn't matter at that point that you got yourself that early kill. You don't have any of the actual benefits of it already. And it's still just going to be a one-tap right there from the Shy. Flandre wasn't even able to get level 3. With level 3, it's a little bit easier to be able to survive that one out. And that is going to completely plaster over any of the benefit you would have just gotten from the early skirmishes.
Well, this has been a fun 3.5 minutes so far. Bloxer, Shanks now going to use the power of that Tristana in this Yone particular matchup where not only you're a ranged champion into a melee champion that has a conditional gap closer, as well as a mini dash that just blinks you right back to a certain point. It is very difficult for Yone to operate this unless the Tristana does not play well. KL gets the cleanse out of Gala, immediately able to arcane shift out of there. But so far, decent pushing lanes on a majority of these setups here for Anyone's Legend.
Interesting, that early flash out of KL without actually having the Hex Flash either, so is just going to be missing out onto that one. JJ potentially looking for a gank right here onto Shanks.
JJ doesn't have flash, can't close the distance, and Shanks being able to get a full explosive charge means that he still had a rocket jump ready to go in case JJ wanted to really press on forward. And the fact that Tarzan shows up through mid lane, I think he got the respawn Raptors too. So Tarzan is just trying to play the counter jungle game as much as possible, trying to play for the easy AoE cams and really starve JJ out and give himself that natural level lead over him.
Exactly, and that's what you have to do in this matchup right here, because JJ is going to be much better at the ganks early on, and is very much going to be focusing on trying to get himself some wins through his lanes. He's also got a lot more winning lanes to really be able to play around. There's a lot more damage that his carries have been doing onto their opponents that unlocks potentials for tower dives and things like that. For Tarzan, just need to power farm his way through this early game and hope that they can get this composition into the mid to late game, because once you get there, the Lilia can do so much, the Tristana can do so much, so can the Varus. The thing is though, this top lane matchup, we highlighted it as one of those key matchups that we were really going to be looking towards, and already for good reason, it's been popping off. Flandra nearly gets the kill back, but I don't even think the Shy was too worried about that one, was happy for the trades. It's very knowledgeable in these matchups as well, and you can see right now, both the support and the jungler for IG going to be up in this top side area, as we've got those grubs spawning in about 25 seconds time.
Yeah, that was quite the close one there. The Shy forced to recall, and Mako trying to catch this wave as long as possible. But KL, well aware of the volatility in this topside matchup, tries to at least help Flandra escort it in, but because Mako is so healthy on this Alistar, and they don't have knowledge of where JJ is on the Sejuani, they can't really get that aggressive, because if you try to walk up into the Alistar, well, now you're giving him a free pulverize into a headbutt combo, still has flash available. Unfortunately, you just can't threaten him in that state.
No, you really can't. Not when there's a Sejuani potentially lurking in the wings. The CC combo between these two is just insane. You can see everybody is in the area for these grubs. JJ probably looking to just steal one away, jump over the wall. Has to flash out. Wow, that's not ideal.
Yeah, this is the power of the Lilia, especially when she already has an advantage over something like a Sejuani. Forced to flash away. Could try and go back over with a Q, but that would be certain death, and Jeje is not going to risk it. First 3 grubs of the game goes over to AL.
Despite the fact that IG had got themselves into this top side earlier on, they were in the better position to be able to move over, but it's just, like you said, the power of these champions able to go in. Being able to pick up all 3 of those grubs is going to be huge. They've got a composition that can use them incredibly effectively. We talk a lot about how grubs are great for short-range compositions who struggle a bit once they get onto towers, needing that bit of extra damage. Well, you're not going to struggle to get towards tower, not with a double AD combo. And with a Tristana, getting as many of these grubs as possible early on is going to leave these towers incredibly vulnerable to just getting chunked down immediately. Mako takes big damage, isn't going to die here, but still going to have to go back to base. Oh,
the Chain of Corruption is dinged by level 6. Here comes Tarzan trying to anticipate the flash by Mako. Just goes in with a Q flash of his own. Lilting Lullaby gives a dosage of NyQuil to both Gala and Mako. And both of them, you know, taking a dirt nap under the tower.
That's not ideal. Hang on, Shy jumping in right here. Has to flash away. Yeah, if you let that full combo go down from Shanks, you're going to be a little bit vulnerable to dying. But now the Shy is going to have the poke potential. And this has been such an explosive early game. The last couple of days, the early games have been pretty quiet from a lot of teams. Not the case for these two.
Definitely been a scrappy one between Anyone's Legend and IG. And while we had some criticisms about the draft choices, hang on. More action in the mid lane. Flandra could be in trouble. Public Execution doesn't give him the range that he really wanted to use to escape. But meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, KL somehow got a kill on the Shy. I don't even know if it was a solo kill or if Shanks was able to pick up at least some local experience off of it. But both top laners going down.
Yeah, not having the best times of it when faced with other matchups. The CC chain in the mid lane was just so ridiculous. Flandre, even though he manages to land that public execution, it doesn't get him anywhere that he really needed to be. And it's so tricky to try to get away from a Sejuani-Alistair combo. The second that they get on top of you, if you are single target, if you don't have friends around, it's pretty much going to be instant death. I mean, we can watch back. This is going to be the top lane play, in fact, where Mako just takes so much damage. And like you said, the last minion to die, literally the last minion to die, just gives Hope that level 6. And the second that you get that, it's all too easy for Tarzan to be able to jump in. Gets that low team lullaby off, and the kill is going to go over to AL. But it's just been constant damage right here. This is the play we didn't end up seeing. Oh, he just takes 7 tower? What? Hello?
Oh,
Rafa, what did I just
man.
watch? What was that? Huh?
Bloxer, as I've come to understand it, you know, in my couple of months watching LPL full time, this is a normal to shy experience that we just witnessed. As Jeje now trying to go for a quick little Gromp steal. Mako is gonna be trying to escort his Boar Rider out to safety. And because the Shy is looming on the topside river here, he does have an escape route. And thank God, because the rest of anyone's legend was ready to swarm.
As it's going to be even more fighting around this top side as we've got the next set of grubs spawning. Just about 40 seconds time. Last time around, AL were just able to walk their way in, muscle their way into the pit and pick up all 3. They're able to get 6. It would be such a big benefit to them. IG cannot afford to let that happen. And without a Drake spawning at the same sort of time, there's no real reason to not at least try to fight for these right now. You can see JJ, he's in his bottom side of the map, still does have enough time to be able to get up towards these grubs, and is going to have plenty of his teammates in the area too.
I want to look forward to the next objective, since it is the second grub rotation. So far, anyone's legend, because of the first ones here, it doesn't seem like IG really are set in a position to contest once again. Leandri's rush already completed for Tarzan, just off the strength of the early counter jungling he was able to get.
You have to go here.
A couple of the kills in early. Jeje has flash this time around, is able to at least risk and go for one grub steal, but now he turns it because he's got Rook in his back pocket. But Keeper's verdict from KL. But wait a minute, Rookie's able to snap back with the solo unbound, but that might have been ill-timed because Shanks now has an opportunity to hop, skip, jump, and Kuma stomp all over Rookie.
Oh,
but
no!
he pushed him away!
Shanks, no!
He pushed him away! Hope is able to pick it up and give him a reset, but it's not enough for Shanks to escape. The rest of IG being able to collapse. Oh, that was a mess.
That was horrific. Everybody in that team fight, it felt like, made a couple of mistakes right there. KL, that was a gorgeous ulti, being able to use that Keeper's Verdict to such great success. Without that Keeper's Verdict, that would have been an IG team fight win all day. It looked like Tarzan was just going to be fully dead from the CC chain. It didn't end up happening. Now the Shy gonna get jumped in. No, Tarzan decided he wanted the Scuttle Crab instead. I feel like if Tarzan had come down with Flandre in the lane already, that could potentially have been a kill. But it's good. Things gonna chill out just a little bit. I want a replay. Yes, give me a replay of this, because, oh boy, are there a lot of mistakes. This initial bit with the Glacial Prison straight into the Fate Sealed is gorgeous, and the ulti from KL, all 3 of the surrounding members, is brilliant. But the Soul Tether brings Rookie straight back. Why does Shanks think this kills? It doesn't kill. Good thing you have Hope in the area, but Hope has to flash for that one. That's actually a very big flash to lose out onto the backside of this one. And what was it? It was about 2-3 kills apiece right there. In the end, the gold's pretty much going to be even. 2 of the grubs taken away by IG, so they stop it from being a terrible gap between the grubs. Overall, I think IG going to be pretty happy with the way that that one worked out.
Yeah, if I'm a glass half full kind of guy, I would say that Shanks did an alley-oop with Hope, you know, and they just want to go for style points. It came at the cost of 2 flashes, but you know what? We got him, baby. You know, that's a highlight montage reel. If I'm a half glass empty kind of guy, I'm thinking, what the hell? You just, you know, burn summoner spells for no reason. What's going on, guys?
Look, it all depends on if this comes back to bite Hope or not, because the Flash already about halfway through to being back up and available. If it gets punished right here, if IG are able to recognize the fact that Hope did have to flash for that one and punish him, then all of a sudden that play looks a heck of a lot worse in retrospect. If not, it's not going to be the end of the world. It was just another kill being picked up by one of these key carries for AL. Someone we've talked about a lot. You know, we were speaking about how we wanted Hope to be able to step up more. That was a good look at the very beginnings.
Mako's got to be careful. He might have just awoken a
is.
very angry deer who is now putting the lilting lullaby onto JJ, and the rest of anyone's legend trying to run him down. But thankfully for JJ's case, he is too tanky, now acquiring a Heartsteel in his wallet.
Yeah, actually dealing a decent amount of damage back as well, dissuading any extra plays from going down. But still, there's going to be a lot of pressure right here onto the turret. And actually, KL goes flying in. He might just get the solo here. What?
KL is on a mission to get as many kills for his squad as possible. And if he's going to be the sole benefactor of them, so be it. That is another one on the board for AL, and the tier 1 turret going over their way.
What did we say? You won't have as much gold on this Poppy as you would in a lane, so you're not going to be such a tank. It's not going to be such an issue that there's no AP damage available for IG. Well, if you get a ton of these kills, you're actually going to be getting towards being tanky a heck of a lot quicker and making it uncomfortable for IG. Right now, KO's been popping off that Keeper's Verdict earlier on. That just solo kill pretty much right there. Really nice looks. And using this Poppy in a game with so many dashes on the opposition team to such great effect already gives you some great opportunities moving forwards in this game as AL. This is someone they can really try to play around. I love it when a Poppy's looking proactive.
Yeah, because we don't see Poppy support that often anymore. There used to be a time where Poppy's support was, you know, pick or ban. It was being played in almost every single game. And part of me wants to say that was because of the lane swap meta being a thing, but not as much anymore. But anyone's legend getting so much off of the proactivity and the ruthlessness between KL and Tarzan, who have now IG's core pinned under this tier 1 turret on the bottom side of the map. Mako forced to pop the ultimate just to get the damage reduction to ignore all the damage that was coming from Shanks, but the rest of anyone's legend still pushing forward. Public execution right onto the board. Rider Mako falls. That's ground beef on the menu, boys. It's gonna be pork on the menu too. The Shy falls as well, and IG lose 3 for nothing.
Oh, it was such a well-executed dive right there out of AL. They're able to pick up all of these kills. Flandra's even able to teleport top lane to stop this tower from falling. And this has just been a complete swing of the game right here for AL. They were in a good spot before. Now they've been able to crack open this gold lead up by about 3,000, picking up a Drake as well. Everything coming up AL at the moment. And it's off the back of some just lovely proactive plays out of KL and Hope, using their ultis, using all of the damage they have available between them to set that dive up.
This is when anyone's legend is operating at their best. You have winning lanes that allow Tarzan to ruthlessly infiltrate the enemy jungler at all periods of the game. And then they do not stop with the pressure. They continue pushing you into the parts of your map where you feel like you're safe, and they quickly make you realize there's no room for you to go.
Oh, hang on, picture in picture. Flandra.
Good Keeper's Verdict by KO. Punted Mako, it looks like. And Flandra's able to escape thanks to his support, and KO's out of there with his own flash. Tarzan now in the middle of multiple members. He doesn't have a flash available. Oh, he used it towards the south side. Hope has to keep him alive, but Shakes is able to find the reset first on the swordsman, and now it's just a disaster. You called it, Bloxer. IG thought that they might have sprung a trap, but it's anyone's legend to pull out the counter trap card and say, IG, you're the one that got sprung.
Yeah, Uno reverse right here out of AL, and they're going to be able to grab themselves even more off the back end of this team fight. Herald to AL, they are in complete control of this game, and this is what we were worried about a little bit by IG. If you're not able to get yourself that first kill and really just turn this team fight around from that point onwards, what can you do? You've got a great poke on the composition, but the straight up all-in potential isn't necessarily there. Flandra getting jumped initially, and like you called out, KO was able to at least punt the cow away, buys enough time for Flandra to be able to survive this one, and once the rest of the cavalry comes charging in, it just doesn't feel like IG have enough damage between them to be able to do anything. Rookie even completely whiffed on that Fate Sealed, and you cannot afford to do that right here on the Yone.
You know, in the IG series against BLG, I remember going back and watching some of Kadril's reactions to it and just seeing this poor, beautiful man trying to, you know, watch his favorite team, his favorite player, the Shy, try and pull out a miracle win, and just see him do disastrous things and just crash out and throw his chair aside. This might be another moment. I don't know if Kadril's watching, but I hope his heart is not broken once again, as Anyone's Legend is just doing a hell of a number against the IG squad today. Glacial Prison instantly cleansed by Hope. God, that was a Captain Jack cleanse right there. Perfect framing, too. Anyone's Legend is on form tonight, baby.
Not negative gaming, just normal the Shy experience. Unfortunately, very, very true. He managed to get himself a solo kill early on in the game, but from that moment on just really hasn't been able to get anything going. This was a risky composition out of IG anyway. We had question marks going in, whether they were going to have enough damage, whether they were really going to be able to make this composition work. So far, the answer has been a definitive no, but it feels like AL, they're just moving around the map better. This is the thing, right? IG, all the individual players are great, but whether or not they can put it together as a team has been the real question in whether or not they're going to be one of our top teams going forwards. AL, currently, they are having no such worries. They are constantly moving around the map as 2-man, 3-man, even 5-man units to make these plays happen. Now, we've got a couple of minutes until the next real big thing spawns. We will have an Atakan. I'd be surprised if we see the immediate engage towards it for AL. The next Drake coming up will be interesting, though. Soul point for AL in a minute and a half's time.
"20 minutes, as you called it, Atakan, now spawned on the map. KL might have found himself a couple IG members for an easy picking. Anyone's Legend is easily going to just trot on over. They're not even engaging at this point. They're just walking up and getting free kills.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I don't expect you to start the Atakan immediately, if you just catch the opposition jungler out wandering around in a place he has no business to be, then that's going to make it pretty easy to pick up. This is going to be a nice extra secure right here for AL. Just a little bit more towards their winning potential. A few more of those roses to be able to pick up, expand their lead even further. Not that they even necessarily needed it, up by 6,000 gold at this point in the game. We don't even have a Baron for them to turn towards. The next thing will be the Drake, 20 seconds time on that. And with resets coming through, AL going to be able to spend all of their gold, get themselves fully onto those 2 items, now well towards those 3rd items for a couple of these key carries, something that everybody on IG wishes they had.
Yeah, they are down 6,000 gold across the board. 2,000 in the jungle.
The Shy is up.
The Shy is up, baby. That's the Shy experience right there. The team might be losing, but at least the Shy is up in gold. We're going to see if he can actually make that feel impactful, since he did go for the higher damage build with a lot of more lethality items in his pockets. IG have leeched the dragon. Anyone's Legend trying to take a posture around the other side of the pit. But now they're just going to brute force their way into the river. The Shy pokes for an accelerated shock blast, and if that's all the damage, then I don't feel hopeful about IG's chances. Rookie goes for the engage. 1,500. Jeja is able to secure the dragon, but at what cost? Public execution sets up another one to fall, and the rest of IG are just like dominoes as Shanks comes in and doesn't just tip them over. No, he blasts them down with a firing gunshot, and Gala is going to try to see if he can play a little sneaky game, but he sees a window. He's going to run for the hills, and thankfully for him, that Swirling Seed does not tag him for the slow.
Gonna be the only surviving member, but there was already a mid-wave pushing through for AL right here. They're also going to be able to jump Gala. I think he's going to get sandwiched right here. Hope potentially looking to go...
Hope is flanking him!
Yep, there it is.
Okay. You know what? He was trying to predict a shift there with that arrow.
Hey.
I know what you were looking for, Hope. You know, you're looking for a little style points. So yeah. It's all good. You guys are still 8,000 gold, but you know what? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Rookie is teleported in. He's going to look for a free picking on Navarus, maybe, but a flash of the blast cone. Does he get enough damage? Yes, he does. There's the soul unbound pop. Shanks now having to deal with the 1v2 on the Shy and Jeja. He stuns him up with the permafrost, but now the Shy is forced to run away, and he gets a flash, and he's able to escape. But now it's the Boar Rider who is left to die for Anyone's Legend. And to IG's credit, I think they shored up the gold lead a couple thousand there with the shutdown bounties, but I don't know if it's enough, Bloxer.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. You've now got your jungler dead for 30 seconds. There's no big objectives coming up, so that's not going to be the end of the world. What do you end up bleeding through for it? We'll have a look back a good couple of minutes ago at this point to the fight. It was the dragon secured right here for IG. That is something. It can potentially extend this game for another 5 minutes, something this composition would love to see. But as soon as these team fights turn a little bit messy, that one last little bit of burn plus the Krugs, and then this TP play right here. Now the main thing is that Rookie gets this kill onto Hope. You can see right here when he gets that final Q off, that's 1,000 gold as the shutdown, but he does then immediately pop. It's something. It's a little bit back towards getting into this game right here for IG, and their composition does scale pretty well, so it's not the end of the world, this set of plays right here. Still, as AL, you're going to be more than happy with this one. They are in firm control of this one.
And to be fair, I'd rather see the losing team do something like that to get any scraps of gold back, you know? So, that is my props to IG. I still favor anyone's legend to be able to close this game out, but I have seen stranger things happen in this league. So,
absolutely.
Anyone's legend, the game is yours to win, but it is also yours to lose. So, clean this game out fast.
Yes, exactly. Close this one out, because the more and more items we end up seeing, specifically onto Rookie right here, the scarier this game is going to get. He's got those 2 items completed right now. Decent amount of damage. You really need that 3rd, if not that 4th, for the Yone to pop off in a true way. And if you do allow this game to stall out long enough for IG to be able to get those item breakpoints, that is a real risk. They are in such control of this game that they should not allow for this to happen. You can see right here, they're just stepping up, taking space. The tier 2 tower does fall. Mako gonna go down as well, surely, with the burn. Ooh, maybe just lives. Okay. It's not
thankfully, he's got a pretty powerful ultimate.
Wait, they get a kill.
Wait, KL died.
Hang on.
IG, don't drop a single man in the siege. You know what? They lost a tier 2 tower, but the true shot barrage, I don't know who was it trying to hit. Maybe it was just trying to get some vision on where everyone is on anyone's legend. But you know what? IG are making them work for the end here.
Making them sweat right now. And it's such a big lead right here for AL that it feels like it shouldn't be the case. But still, 6,000 gold, as much as that is a big chunk, I said 6,000 gold the lead, 10 minutes ago? They haven't really been able to expand that lead out any further. It feels like they've stalled a little bit. The thing that is really keeping AL fully in control of this game is that 5 towers to 0. They are so far ahead in terms of those towers. And with the 4 grubs and a Tristana on their team, they're just able to melt through these towers as soon as they step up. As much as the game has stalled a little bit, now with the Baron up and available, once AL grab that one, you'd have to think that's all they're going to need to be able to crack this base open and likely win this game.
Yeah. 2.5 items now for Rookie. Just maybe a 1,000 and few hundred gold shy of a 3rd item on this Yone. If IG were somehow able to stall the game long enough for Rookie to hit 3 items on this Yone, there could be a chance.
There's a
layer
chance.
The CC, and once again, we arrive to the same concerns we had for anyone's Legends composition when this was first drafted, is that you don't have a real front line. Most of these champions are carries. Some of them are going to be, healthier than others in terms of, HP pool and durability. This Ambessa is going to probably get a death stance at some point. There's a Zhonya's on Tarzan. But if this Yone finds both Shanks and Hope with a clean combo and everyone from IG is able to dogpile and eliminate them from the beginning of the fight, suddenly it's winning for IG because that's where the majority of the gold leads are on anyway.
Yeah, if Miko and Rookie can pair up to be able to get a couple of knockups into that massive Fate Sealed, there is a chance. The thing is, it's getting harder and harder to do. Like you said, there's going to be more survivability coming through onto Flandre, and that Knight's Edge right here onto Hope and the Zhonya's onto Tarzan just makes being able to actually go in and get yourself that full advantage that you really want on these teamfights so much trickier, because you need to get these kills down quickly. These longer extended teamfights where Tristana's allowed to get a reset, you do not win those.
I definitely still think anyone's Legend has the complete agency to win this game. But I'm just pointing out, you know, the small percentage chances and how that could happen. I'm pointing out the alternate timelines that we could skew on in the multiverse of the LPL. Now, teleport is coming in. Anyone's Legend thinking about ripping this Baron, if not baiting IG in to face check the Baron, get a guaranteed numbers advantage off the pick, and then secure the objective. But they're ripping it right now, and the rest of IG, they know. But KL with the perfect keeper's verdict is able to punt away the JJ, and that's the Baron gone. KL completely chunked out of the fight, but IG don't get a chance to look for another engage. Everyone from Anyone's Legend already backs out of the river and resets.
And as we said, this is going to be the key thing to be able to crack open the base right here for AL. They've got plenty of tower damage if they can only step up to be able to do so. And now with the Baron, going to be that much easier to do. KL, I think, has had an MVP performance in this game. If AL do manage to win this one out, he's just looked so good. The one death that he had stood right next to the base wasn't ideal, but that's the only real mistake I've seen from him. He's been a real facilitator in this game, which is great from a player we barely highlighted coming into today because he'd been a little bit quiet in all of their previous games.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of the very, very early performances from KL on Anyone's Legend. When we first saw them in Demacia Cup, when we saw them day one in the group stage of Split 1. Afterwards, it seemed like KL was starting to find some consistency issues as Hope forced to pop the Chain of Corruptions. He was getting threatened by Gala, who had popped his Edge of Night shield, but thankfully the rest of Anyone's Legend was waiting in the wings. Now Gala.
He spotted him. He's seen him. It's alright.
Okay.
Flandre stepped a little bit too far forwards, managed to get spotted out. Otherwise, he could well have found that public execution. Now it's just going to be the pressure right here onto the towers. RIG going to try go in. Yes, they are.
Glacial Prison, right onto the front. KL, Keeper's Verdict, stuns the ball up, and Tarzan with the Q flash forward. That's a mega lilting lullaby if I've ever seen one, and the rest of Anyone's Legend is ready to jump in on the slumber party. And the rest of them are going to just take the tier 2 tower. Rest of IG now down to Rookie and Gala. But I don't know if they're going to be strong enough to hold this defense against Anyone's Legend. There's a lot of chunked health bars. Gala and Rookie would have to perform a miracle. There's still a fate sealed.
Yeah.
All eyes on Rookie to find a miracle engage, to set himself up, to set up Gala. Mako is back.
You gotta go. You can't just wait.
Gotta go for it. Q flash. There's the fate
shield.
He whiffed. They flash it. The Q3 only finds one, and Gala throws out one last true shot barrage for the game, as he's not gonna get a chance to play Ezreal again this series. Game 1 goes over to Anyone's Legend.
Oh my lord, what a game right there from AL. This is what we needed to see from them. This is the kind of dominant victory that AL needed to fully show. No. It was a fluke. It was a mistake that we ended up losing right here to top in quite as, well, convincing as a fashion as that one did. They needed a convincing win here against another one of the top teams, and IG, they barely got themselves into that game. There are a couple moments late on enough where you're thinking, maybe they could go for something. No. Every single time the door was maybe cracking ajar, KO was like, no. Slammed it shut immediately. What a performance.
You know, just like the job market right now. You think that you got a chance, you know, to get an interview? Nope. You're shoved out the company front door, say thank you. You're going to have to pay for a parking ticket fee too, you know. Tough luck, buddy.
Keeper's Verdict on out of there.
That's right. That's the breaks, you know, for IG. I want to go back to something about the draft phase, because I have a little hypothesis, Bloxer, that I want to discuss with you, and I want to see if you can entertain it, or you know, we can discuss it further. So we go back to that point in the draft where Anyone's Legend could have locked in that Poppy specifically for Flandre or another tank, and that would have given them a guaranteed front line that would have made Invictus Gaming's composition really dependent on some type of magic damage source coming from the bot lane, since that was the only role that had not been locked in yet. What if Anyone's Legend saw the future? They said, we have Tristana mid, we have Varus bot, we have pushing lanes. No matter what they pick bot lane, we've already banned the Misfortune. Nothing else can match the mid and bot push. I think we're pretty sold on this game. And you know what? Instead of picking a tank that we might rather have later on in the Fearless draft, we're just going to lock in the Mbessa. The Mbessa's going to do whatever. Flandra's going to do whatever on the champion. And you know what? You know, credit to Flandra. He was fine. He landed some public executions. He was there. He was fighting with the team. But now they don't have to deal with Mbessa anymore. It's gone.
You know
they eliminated it.
I like it.
Big brain.
It was big brain, and clearly they knew that the Poppy would look really, really good right here into that bot lane, into that matchup right there, and just take it all the way through. KO looked amazing. I mean, look at that gold graph, right? It is just insane quite how much he was able to do for the team, and it really didn't feel like anybody was able to quite pop off. This is one of the lowest damage Ezreal games I've seen in a while. I've seen a lot of Ezreals, even in losses, do about 40,000, but you could just never step up as the Ezreal because KO was always there as a gatekeeper, stopping everybody from being able to step up and do what they needed to. Just a great performance out of everybody on AL, and like you said, they've now got a ton of these top tier tanks still available to them later on. The Ambessa didn't look great, right? It wasn't the thing that was able to pop off in this game.
I mean, look, man.
It ends down gold. The Shy is still up in gold as that game ends. He's up 300 gold when the Nexus falls. But it just doesn't matter, right? Because there was no moment in which the Shy's Jace was actually able to step up again, because everybody else on the team was doing so much work to buy space for these carries. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. The game was not decided by top lane.
No.
This game.
Not even slightly.
And you know, that feels kind of bad for the Shy because it seemed like he made a great adaptation going Electrocute to give himself a little bit more lane dominance and try and spike with those lethality items to burst out these squishies. But we talked about it. Level 1, Tarzan using the power of Lilia level 1 into double melees of Yone and Sejuani. You have a Tristana level 1 that can pretty much space them with the power of range. You're able to contest for Raptors early on and make it super difficult for Jeddah to actually contest you. And the bot lane had push, so then Tarzan could continue trying to make Jeddah's life really miserable this game. It's not often we see junglers be that upfront and aggressive in the enemy jungler, enemy jungle like that. But Tarzan has always been one of the junglers in the LPL that when he gets a chance to do it, he does not let up the pressure at all.
No. And on champions where you wouldn't necessarily expect them to be playing like that. You know, you can very much on the Lilia just sit in your own jungle, go into the enemy jungle occasionally to try steal camps away, but not necessarily to go and try to bully out people. But JJ was just not allowed to play that game. Because a lot of his lanes were getting pushed in, it didn't really feel like he was able to actually use any of that pushing to be able to get himself ganks onto anybody. The tower dives were constantly going in the favor of AL as well. They were just a heck of a lot more proactive, even in the kind of composition that I wouldn't have judged AL for sitting back a bit, letting the game happen for a little while before getting involved. They had a lot of hyper carries, a lot of great scaling on their team, but they didn't even need it. They were more than happy to take up the space early on and play the game very much to their pace, not to the way IG wanted to play it.
Yeah, and I think this is a situation where if anyone's legend composition is piloted by a worse team in the league, IG can probably stall the game out better. They can probably withstand the pressure, or even the team that's piloting the draft is not able to execute in that early window where you need to be relentless with the pressure. And I think, like you said, a lot of those early objective plays would not have gone as well for anyone's legend had it not been for the clutchness of KL on the Poppy. He was just the X factor this game, on top of an already, you know, pretty well executed draft from the side of anyone's legend.
I will riot if it's not KL as the MVP from that game.
Real shit, bro.
This is one of the ones that I am the most down on. Like, every other game where somebody else has got the MVP, I'm like, it's okay, you know, I can understand why it's gone somewhere else. Thank you. Thank you very much. No rioting needed. Everybody is in agreement right here. That was a gorgeous Poppy game out of KL.
When the Poppy support is doing as much damage as your top lane Mbessa, you have to give it to the Pop. I mean, just like, you have to. There's just no other fathomable candidate. Anyway, we had done our job, you know. Obviously, the official LPL broadcast doesn't hear our vote, but you know what? We're sending it with psychic powers. We're giving good vibes, and our vibes were all pro KL, and we're glad they selected him. Now, we're gonna go take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be game numero dos between IG and Anyone's Legend.
Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
I don't have a drum. I need like some toms to get a drum roll back. Welcome back, y'all. Oh shoot, my camera's stable. Okay, my bad. I'm just psyched to get into game 2, y'all. IG and Anyone's Legend, if you missed out on the first game, it was definitely a scrappy one in the first 10-15 minutes of the game before Anyone's Legend decisively were able to wrestle control of the game off of a very clutch performance by KL on the Poppy. Very standout one in recent memory too. Very reminiscent of the early games that we got from Demacia Cup and early group stage in Split 1. But now, Blockster, we're looking ahead in game 2. What are some of the things that we need to, keep an eye out for IG if they want to come back in this series?
Can they play around top lane more, right? You get yourself this advantage onto the Shy, and then with it you do nothing. I mean, he was ahead in gold the entire game and still wasn't actually able to do anything with it, and I don't know necessarily that that was a big thing that he was doing wrong. It felt like the team at no point really tried to play around him, and also they were losing in a lot of the other lanes as well. It was just really unfortunate as a look for them overall. I think IG, their big problem is the way that they're playing together, but they have really strong players individually. Maybe draft yourselves a little bit more winning lanes, individual matchups where you can try find advantages there, and that will make it easier then to play these team fights out.
Yeah, I normally don't like to cop out and say the draft kind of sucked for them, and they just need to have a better draft going into next game. But Anyone's Legend, the way they executed their side of the draft made it feel very much like a draft problem, where IG out the gate, they were already on the back foot because Tarzan and Shanks are up in the faces of JJ and Rookie stealing chicken nuggies level 1. And then Jedge's like, well, okay, now I don't have Flash. My mid laner got a kill, but he doesn't have Flash either, so he can never step up again for the rest of the laning phase, or at least, the first few minutes while summoner spells are down. And now Tarzan has an all-access pass to the buffet in my jungle quadrant whenever he wants to, because I don't have pushing lanes through mid or bot.
Exactly, it just felt like they weren't able to execute on this composition in the way that they needed to, and if you do want to just sit and scale for a long time, you have to do that even harder. I think they were still trying for a couple of the plays, trying to meet AL in situations where they just didn't have enough of an advantage to really justify trying to play it out like that, and it did not work out. If they're gonna win this next game, they're gonna have to change a lot in the draft and then look at the way they're playing too. It's a lot to ask for in the middle of a best of 3, but despite the fact we're very early on in the split right now, this is still such an incredibly important matchup for them both.
If Anyone's Legend were to walk away from this series with a definitive 2-0, what a confidence boost that they desperately need after a very, very shaky 1-2 loss against Top Esports, where obviously even the first game they could have lost. The second game, they had a chance to win, but they were not clutch in the in the moments that they needed to, and then they got rolled in game 3 by Top Esports overall. Anyone's Legend has been kind of just dealing with the nightmares and the ghosts of losing a Split 1 finals after being the definitive favorites from their Demacia Cup finals performance, from dominating the group stage, and overall being able to ride all the way through the upper bracket. If Anyone's Legend is going to be a serious Split 2 title favorite, they need to maintain a dominant performance like Game 1 for the rest of the season.
Absolutely, they do. IG, though, they're going to want to stand in the way of that. Going to grab themselves the Vi right here. One of those top priority junglers at the moment. Such a strong pickup. And the sort of thing that JJ has been incredibly good on. He really does like these very high priority junglers that he can get aggressive early. The Sejuani could have been that for him. Just wasn't able to make it work in the previous round. So we'll see what he's able to do here. With that being said, though, a couple of things that were banned out previously that were not banned here. Well, one of those would be the Scion. It was taken out in the second rotation of bans previously, but they're going to grab this one immediately and pair it up alongside the Talia. These are a couple of really good laning champions.
Blockster, all I'm going to say, my hypothesis starting to look a little more plausible now. They obviously, the Scion was banned, as you called it, in the second ban round, but like, they are going with a tank pick right now, and there is no Mbessa that could, get a free laning phase off of it and scale for the Shy. I think the next best champion that the Shy could go for is maybe a Gnar, because I don't know if the Shy really wants to pick a tank into this either.
No, I mean, just taking the tank-for-tank matchup actually really favors onto the Scion in the majority of situations, and also just gives him a bit of a free laning phase. I think the Shy should be taking something a little bit more aggressive into this matchup. We'll see what it's going to be. There's still a lot of those top laners still available. The Nars, the Renekton's, the sort of top end of the top lane pool still is available. The Gwen would have been the best, obviously, but that one has been taken off of the board. And IG going to round out their first pick phase with this Victor. Right now, their composition very much focused on getting into those mid-game team fights and just blowing people up from there. AL, they're going to grab themselves the Xin Zhao here. It's very good at skirmishing in the exact same way as the Vi is.
And the nice thing for IG is now they have a guaranteed pushing lane through bot lane. That is what the Misfortune is picked for. Yes, if you have the Wombo setup, you can get really nice mid-game skirmishes and setups with bullet time ripping through people early on. But Misfortune should ensure that IG will have some priority towards the bottom side of the map or wherever the bot lane duo is. That should give IG a better access into when they swap over for the first rotation to Grubs and compete for the second rotation. But now as we're getting into the second round of bans, one of those top lane picks that would have been nice into the Scion, already taken off the table by anyone's legend in that Gnar.
Yeah, the Gnar is one of those champions that can really go toe-to-toe with the Scion, can really begin to poke him out in the mini form. Taking that one off of the board makes a lot of sense. Leona is going to fall to the bans as well. We've still got some very strong pairings alongside the Misfortune available, though. Something like the Rel has always been so good, and has been slipping through quite a lot of these pick ban phases recently. Wasn't targeted at all in the previous round, and it works so well alongside this Misfortune. If you do grab that for yourself, though, you are still looking for a little bit, potentially, of just that extra bit of setup that you really need. The Vi, the Rel, it's a good start, but you need something else to really round that composition out.
Yeah, and a nice thing for IG is that if they want to go for the Realm, there is no Alistar counter pick that can make the Rel's time engaging a lot more difficult than she would like for it to be. But anyone's legend flashing the fact that, you know, they cannot take the Alistar and hovering the champion that IG most likely want to take in that Rel. But they're locking in a Kai'Sa right into this. And when you have things like the Xin Zhao and the Taliyah, I don't know if it screams the most prolific dive composition we've ever seen in LPL, but I guess there's the makings of it.
Hey, and we've been asking to see Hope be played around as one of these main carries that we can actually focus on right here. Okay, the Shy gonna take all that focus away straight over onto the Cho'Gath right here. It is one of those champions that can go toe-to-toe in this top lane. As much as it is technically a tank matchup, there is absolutely the option right here for solo kills, and this is gonna be explosive. All matchups with the Shy are explosive, this one particularly so.
The one exception to the rule Bloxer, and that is Cho'Gath. Because now, this guy can not only deal true damage and feast upon a tank that is stacking pure HP early on, but now this is a tank that can actually have some backline threat if he ever gets the flank on them. And with things like Rupture and Silence, I mean, this champion seems very archaic in the fact that it's still one of the few champions that has a silence kind of on demand like it has, but it is so oppressive in the right situations. I don't know the last time that Shy played Cho'Gath, but I'll definitely be looking that up as they round out their composition with a Nautilus support and anyone's legend. A little surprised to see that they didn't go for the Rel themselves, but they'll take it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the Rel felt like it was the very obvious pickup right here for IG. It works the best alongside this Misfortune, but the Nautilus works too. It can still get you that setup for that bullet time, and also I think works a lot better alongside the Vi. Those two can really work well in tandem to be able to pull targets within range, get them bursted down, stop you from having to just use that Vault Breaker on the Vi as a gap closer to then be able to ulti. You can use the Nautilus for that instead, keep the ulti for a little bit later. It works very well as a combo. But still, a little bit surprising, and it does leave that Rel up and available for AL. They're going to be very happy to pair this with the Kai'Sa. That's a power bot lane that can really actually go toe-to-toe with the MF and the Nautilus in the laning phase, and potentially open up somewhere else for the ganks to happen for Tarzan.
IG flipping the script this time around. They have a little bit of pushing power in the bot lane for the second game. Not sure how the Victor Taliyah matchup goes, I'm not gonna lie, but a little bit of scaling in that factor so that IG can always still play for some of those team fights, and the X factor in this Cho'Gath pickup, which I'm finding out, Bloxer, as I go through all of the Shy's match history. Apparently, he's played some games of Cho'Gath, but I'm clicking through each season, and I have yet to find where those Cho'Gath games are, and I'm currently on Season 8, and I finally found the first instances of Cho'Gath games after going through 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. In Season 8, there was 3 games, all 100% win rate. This was, of course, during the 2018 year of IG winning it all, World Championship, first LPL World title ever.
Don't. With my heart, as a Fnatic fan, why would you bring that up? Why would you do that to
Hey,
me?
listen, man, I didn't think that far ahead, but, you know, them's the breaks. At least you made it to a world final,
Hey,
you know?
it was fun. It was a good time. You know, it was a good year overall. But I am shocked that it's been that long for the Shy since he's last played the Cho'Gath. The Cho'Gath, obviously not one of those top tier of top laners that we see all the time, but it does feel very much within his wheelhouse as the sort of top laner, as you said, who, whilst being tanky, can very much go for these solo kill threats, can very much be a big threat to actually get his kills, and also gives you so much in terms of these objective plays as well. We saw Tarzan was able to get the real bulk of the objectives in the previous game. Well, now with that Chomp helping you out on these smites, it's going to be that much easier for IG to be able to get themselves these objectives.
I'm curious if the LPL official broadcast will show the last time Cho'Gath Top was played. I don't know if anyone else has played Cho'Gath Top, but if, you know, if it were specifically the Shy, I would be able to tell you that the last time he played it was LPL Summer 2018 versus LGD Gaming, where it was the Shy versus Jinu. I'm not familiar with that top laner, but it was against the Gangplank. And hang on, back to live. Jeje going for a very adventurous pickup by using the Q, second ability taken, to vault over. Oh, hey, look at that. Okay, so ZDZ actually played it on Anyone's Legend 2 years ago against Thundertalk.
Still, the fact that that's the last one that we saw 2 years ago, kind of crazy that we haven't been seeing the Cho in so many of these matchups, but now the Sion's really been rising in priority. It makes sense that we're beginning to see this potentially a little bit more. We'll obviously have to see if it works out for the Shy. He was able to get himself a pretty big advantage previously. And actually engage here out of Miko.
KL protecting Tarzan as he counter jungles a majority of Jeje's camps away on the bot side as he went for that delayed invade, being able to pretty much scourge through all of these 3 camps. But the fact that Jeje was able to answer on the top side using the priority of the Shy on the Cho'Gath pick into the Sion, Jeje is totally fine in the counter jungling department. And both junglers are going to end up pretty much even across the board. In fact, the fact that Jeje is slightly ahead of the pace, I don't know if this like gives him a meaningful advantage, but at least he's not, you know, suffering as he was in game 1 against Tarzan.
No, exactly. We've really got a full vertical jungling split right here, and it really depends on what Jeje is going to be able to do with the fact he's got himself that little bit of a pace advantage that he hadn't gone for that initial look towards a kill. And in fact, because Flandra's been taking so much damage at this point, there is a possibility right here that Jeje is going to be able to take his Gromp, go straight up towards top lane, and potentially go for a dive right here. Now, it would be a little bit hard to do. You maybe want to re-poke him out down to being very low health, but if you're able to get the silence off right here as the Shy, there is definitely a potential for a dive to happen in this top lane. Getting that initial kill onto the Sion would be huge right here for IG.
Well, Bloxer, you said that you wanted IG to play more towards the Shy in the top lane, and we might just get that wish granted. However,
we need to hurry though.
Hope and KL noticing that top lane has been a little rough for Flandra, and unfortunately for IG, they're not going to be able to spring the trap soon enough. Flandra gets the chance to bail out. He's still down CS, but he is surviving for now.
And this is why I was thinking potentially he skips that Scuttle Crab, heads straight towards top lane, tries for the dive, then heads back down towards it. Obviously, diving onto a Sion, pretty tricky. Easier at this stage in the game, but still, you can get 1-for-1, especially with that zombie form after he dies. But Either way, they're just going to back off, not going to turn this one into anything too much. We are going to get the little bit of a lane swap right here. We're going to see the bot lanes up towards the top side of the map. 11 seconds until the next Drake is going to spawn. More importantly, though, a minute until the grubs are going to be up and available. Depending on who keeps their bot lane up towards this top side of the map, it's going to make it a lot easier for that team to grab them.
They're just constantly swapping.
Yeah, they're just back and forthing.
Yeah, they are really trying to help Flandra dodge the Cho'Gath matchup, or I think what they're more so doing is making sure that the Shy is not getting a free scaling or free laning phase pass.
Oh, he's alright. He's alright. I thought the rookie was going to step a little bit too far forward, but no, just going to be able to step back in this situation. And like you said, everybody moving around so much, trying to make sure that the Shy is uncomfortable in this matchup. Do not want to let this Cho'Gath get ahead. He can do so much damage and be so tanky later on that it's almost impossible to deal with a Cho'Gath. You do have a couple of champions that are decent at chunking through these high HP, high resistance targets, but it's still not going to be the best at being able to chunk through the tanks, so you need to be careful to not let him get too far ahead. We're going to see Tarzan start up this Chemtech Drake. Not one of the highest priority Drakes, still going to be nice to grab, but it does mean that JJ is going to be able to set himself up around these grubs much quicker, and it is just going to be that 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, this is just solid adaptation from anyone's Legend, just recognizing that they can't really play towards the grubs since IG have opted into sending Gala on this Misfortune to the top side, which is where they're going to get a majority of that push and priority from, especially with Flandra being the one that answers into the waves. And I think in anyone's Legends case, there's not many champions on IG's side that takes or makes use of a lot of these grubs. Like, I guess, you know, Cho'Gath can split push, but like, you know, it's not a Jace, it's not a Jax, it's not someone that's building
Scion.
Yeah.
It's not a Scion very specifically, right? Giving over a ton, very bad. Hang on, they might be going for a dive right here, RAO.
Killer Instinct already used. Mako is getting dove by the whole squad, but good use of the knockup by the Shy. Unfortunately, just not good enough. And now that Shanks has arrived to the party, they're letting the turret reset so they can start tanking up the turret aggro. Shanks drops it. Hope has got to drop it soon. And it's just clean from anyone's Legend.
Yeah, really nice. Everybody tanking up their little bit of tower damage. They waited long enough to be able to get those resets through for the next re-engage. Lovely ulti as well of the Weaver's Wall from Shanks. It's always nice to see Atelier use that early on to be proactive, to get onto the map and help out the team. This is a great look right here from AL. We can have a look back at it, but it's nothing too special particularly. It's a good try. You called it out, the knockup from the Shy, getting the double, but just that last auto attack from Hope is going to be good enough. And it's this bit where they just wait, pause, go. They even get the flash out of the Shy right here in an attempt to outplay this one. And we'll see if that's going to hurt the Shy later on as well, because the flash is a big part of the engage potential for this Cho'Gath. If you're able to flash nom somebody, it makes it so much easier to actually get that initial kill and turn it into a teamfight win.
And it is very scary to dive at Cho'Gath, almost as much as how scary it is to dive a Scion, because while the Scion packs a lot of on-demand CC between his ultimate and his Q, Cho'Gath has a silence, right? And if you get caught in the silence while you're... Yeah, silence knockup, ooh, you know? But props to anyone's Legend. They brought enough people to the party and made sure that this dinosaur was put to rest early. We might see it become a fossil later in this game if anyone's Legend are able to maintain the pressure.
Yeah, because right now that top lane matchup is going to be dead even in terms of the gold. The jungle matchup, a small advantage for JJ, but unfortunately in the rest of these lanes, going to be a slight advantage right here for AL, because these teams have kept it pretty even so far. The issue was IG weren't able to really get anything on the back side of the map whilst that dive was happening bot lane. You can see all of the turret plates still available. TP coming in.
Flandra! Gala might be exposed here. Killer's Instinct early from Hope puts the pressure down, and now it comes down to, Gala, when are we going to use Flash? I guess. Maybe it was just too late at that point, but IG lose out on their Misfortune 80 carry for free.
Don't worry about it. We're saving it for next game, right? Next game is when the flash is going to be useful, guys. No, I think, honestly, even with the flash, most likely just going to be dead right there was Gala. But that's going to be another kill picked up here for Hope. 2-on-1 at the moment in a very strong position. And I'm just loving the proactivity out of AL. It's not even that they're winning in their individual lane matchups. They're really not overall. It's a way that they're able to roam around the map so much more effectively, so much more proactively, that's giving them this advantage in the previous game and in this one.
Yeah. Rookie might be in trouble next. Good flash, dodges the seismic shove. I will say, for IG's case, might be Copium, who knows? But by preserving the flash and the barrier now, grubs are coming up in 44 seconds. And that just might be the major objective that IG want to ensure they have a majority of their resources for, so that they do not completely give over anyone's legend that objective for free.
I like it. I like the idea. I hope that we do get to see something very proactive right here out of IG, because they really have been allowing this game to happen to them. It hasn't been that they've been trying for plays and it hasn't been working out. And I think the main indictment of that right now for me is JJ. You're on this Vi. You've had your level 6 for a couple of minutes at this point, and yet is 0-0-0. Hasn't been able to get involved whatsoever. Has only been able to grab those 3 grubs for his team. And on the Vi, you simply cannot do that.
Pretty darn tough. No Sunder Sky available early on in the game either. I don't know why. I just started developing a southern twang all of a sudden. On my bad. I did live in North Carolina for a few years, and some part of me just, you know, it awoke the southern. But back to normal business here. Grubs has respawned for the second rotation. Only one item spike has been achieved for IG. It is the Rod of Ages. And to their credit, they were the first ones in the river. They secure 4 total for themselves, but here comes the Weaver's Wall. Does anyone get caught up in it?
Hang on.
Shanks is
Shanks,
in the
no!
front line and he flashes the wall. Oh, God! Turn off the camera. We had a little too much fun with anyone's legend. Mikhail is flashing forward, trying to make the engage happen. Hope has to dive forward into a bullet time, but he flashes to the left, able to dodge the damage. Gala getting his rocked all the way forward, but Hope, can he put on a 1v2 performance? I don't think it's gonna happen, and yes, he gets silenced and shut down. IG making a big punish.
And they're going to be able to pick themselves up multiple kills in this fight. 3 kills and all 6 of the grubs. The main objective that they came for. And AL, that's just a straight up misplay. Neither of the top laners get involved. So it's all on the rest of the carries to make it happen, to get the engages going. I understand the idea from Shanks trying to cut some people off, but instead he just takes himself into the worst possible position, and I'm sure, knowing the LPL, we're going to get a nice slow motion replay of his flash into that wall. You can't do this, just watch. This is already bad. The second he lands, he needs to insta-flash over the wall. He doesn't. Yeah. Yikes. He was dead by the point at which he presses flash, though. I think that's the main thing to think about, right? There was already damage coming in, a couple of big auto attacks that would have landed anyway at the point at which he flashes. He needs to recognize instantaneously, uh-oh, I've messed up, let's reposition, and instead, because he doesn't do that, he ends up baiting the entirety of the rest of his team into a terrible fight.
Because you would just think, Weaver's Wall comes out, everyone from IG is running for the hills. You just saw JJ smite one of the grubs, use that time to secure the last 2, and then just move on, get out. But I think anyone's legend feeling a little too hyphy, knowing that they had made some successful map plays already. They had gotten a lot of gold snowballed into Hope's pockets. Rookie had no flash from the earlier setup they were looking at in mid lane just before the grubs. You know, anyone's legend just wanted to take a huge bite of that pie, and they ended up biting their own fingers instead.
Yeah, really unfortunate right there, and it just erases everything that AL had managed to build for themselves for the first 12 minutes of this game. Now they're going to be down in gold, not by a massive amount, but still, considering they were up, not going to be ideal, and giving over those 6 grubs, that really is going to be so impactful later on. If you do start being able to hit these towers as IG, that's huge power that's just going to be given over pretty much for free. Contra may well be getting dove right here. Tarzan is in the area, KL also on the way down.
2v4, they're turning on it. Unstoppable Onslaught locks up Mako. So does the Decimating Smash, but thankfully for Mako's case, he was not tanking turret aggro in that moment. So he's able to walk away with just a third of his HP gone, unless IG want to call for the dive once again. KL is still here too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good amount of push that Shanks has just been able to get for himself top lane, but you've got more members down in the bottom side with all of those grubs as well. The tower is just going to fall way quicker. IG going to be able to pick themselves up that first brick. Shanks, he'll be able to grab this one just about. May need to run a little bit here. The Shy, not going to hit the knock-up, all good for Shanks. And so after all of these plays, 15 minutes into this game, it's a small advantage right here for IG. 6 grubs in their back pockets, but 2 Drakes already grabbed for AL, so that is something they can try play around with this Drake stacking.
And for their credit, Bloxer, I don't think IG have gotten all the feats of strength yet. They got the first break, but they've only gotten 2 objectives. Anyone's Legend also has 2 objectives, but they got the first 3 kills of the game. So that third dragon is not just important for the sake of securing Anyone's Legend dragon that puts them at soul point. IG also want to deny that, but then it's also for feats of warfare.
And that also means that this Rift Herald could potentially be another big battleground. Although that being said, it's going to be spawning in 30 seconds time. And Tarzan, not interested, looking like, has headed straight down towards the bottom side of the map. Can still rotate over, does have enough time to be able to do that. But it is interesting positioning right here from him to just head straight down towards the bottom side. Whereas JJ heads back to base, spends that gold, has now got himself a full completed item and a good couple of components. And is heading up towards the top side of the map straight away.
You know, part of me thought that Flandra was just going to rip it into Rookie, but probably wanted to see if the Decimating Smash connected first, because that would have guaranteed a longer CC chain. IG already taking up space on the top river with a majority of their squad. There is a control ward from Anyone's Legend in the pit, so they know that the Rift Herald has started up. But Tarzan is nowhere near. He is now just running over. But I think this is just a Rift Herald completely gone to IG, because you have Cho'Gath, who can feast on the objective and guarantee it for you.
This is why I was a little bit confused as to why Tarzan had headed down. Now they're going to look for the re-engage, though. They're going on to the Shy.
I mean, IG is kind of split at the moment. The Shy, oh no, the blast code is so bad for him. He's now in a world of hurt, but he's super tanky. Jet tries to bail him out. KL, the bullet time! The wall. It's such a great angle from Gall, and now Anyone's Legend. They're on the back foot. They got to stand in front of Flandra or hope that he can soak all the damage coming through. That charge already used. Got a decent amount of work done on the Shanks in the back line, and the rest of Anyone's Legend feeling a little sheepish after not being able to get anything out of that play.
No, AL arrive, lose KL, and walk away. The losers of that fight massively, really not going to be ideal from AL once again. And IG, they are showing up in this matchup. They really need to send this to a game number 3. Getting 2-0'd by AL here is a terrible look for a team who are trying to compete as one of these top teams in the league at the moment. Someone who is able to 6-0 their way through their group stage as well. Really need to be able to pop off in this one. And so far, so good. 17 minutes into this game. We were talking about it, right? The Herald was one thing. The Drake is going to be incredibly important. This is the thing AL are trying to play around at the moment.
Now, if Anyone's Legend... Hang on. Uh-oh, Mako. He still has Flash. I don't know if he's going to get a chance to use it. He's walking to the wall. Barely gets out alive. Anyone's Legend thought about following him, but remember, the objective is the dragon. You secured your rite of passage into this jungle quadrant. No one from IG should be able to contest, and that at least guarantees soul point for Anyone's Legend.
That is going to be the very important Drake picked up. Soul point means that this game is being accelerated quite a lot. That's exactly what you want to do with this composition. They're going to be spiking a lot earlier RAL. They're going to want that 2-item power spike to really be able to pop off. You're waiting a lot longer on everybody from IG to be able to get to that point. So accelerating the game, getting yourself to that soul point as quickly as possible, very important. And it was such a funny moment right there where you see Tarzan stand stock still, staring at the wall going, I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't, but I want to. You could tell that he really,
my mind
really
is
wanted
telling me
to.
no, but my body wants to kill this Nautilus. We're going to see if he'll get a chance to do it topside now that Mako has no flash. And you know what? Hope immediately sees the angle. Killer Instinct right onto the top. But the bullet time is forcing them out of the choke. KL cannot escape the death cone. Flandra teleports in. So does the Shy. And just like that, we're back to a 4v4, but IG able to walk away.
And none of the support's going to be available right here. Flandra actually walking into a couple members of IG, going to be forced to take the long way round, and that's going to open up this mid lane to potentially getting taken down. Good Weaver's Wall here. Shanks jumps off of it early enough as well, which is a good thing to see. As we are going to watch the Rift Herald jump on in. Might not be able to finish this tower off, although can try push for this one. I think they're not going to be able to grab it. No, just going to have to back off. So a good defense of this mid lane structure from AL. They're at least not bleeding out at the moment. They're far too good a team to just roll over and let this game happen to them. But 2,000 gold in the disadvantage really is just these dragons that feel like they are keeping them in this game.
Shy almost has 4k HP. Flandre has yet to reach 3,000 HP.
He's a big boy.
He might not be big enough, though. They put all the damage onto him. Jet taking up the last turn shot. It's enough to take him out. And now the shot's coming from the rest of IG's front line. Oh, boy. Maybe not the best engage onto anyone's Legends Tower there. And now 4v3.
Correction. The Drakes and IG's mistakes are the things keeping AL in this game right there, because that was way too aggressive from IG. They did not have the opportunity to step up in that way. It's actually opened AL up to potentially step right here towards this Atacant. If they're able to grab this one, going to be a great swing back into their advantage. AL showing why they are still one of our top teams. They do not just roll over. They are still fighting back into this one, but it's IG mistakes more than AL proactive plays.
Take a look back once again. You see it. Unfortunately for JJ, he is stunned up for a little too long under the tower, and that's a dangerous choke point to walk through.
Really is, and giving up that kill right there, not being able to pick up that kill onto Flandre, it really isn't the end of the world. You've already chunked him out massively at the point at which, for some reason, the cease and desist comes out of JJ and just kills himself basically under that tower. He goes in for no real reason. Yeah, you get the kill onto Flandre, but it's not worth it for your jungler's life, not when Atacant is up and available. So IG, despite the fact they still have a small advantage, are looking a little bit shaky in this game. The main thing though, 1 minute, 30 seconds, and we're going to get that next Drake up and available. It's going to be Soul if AL are able to grab this one for themselves. Mountain Soul as well, which would make it so much easier for them to survive. That bullet time coming through from Gala, a huge soul for them to be able to grab, and unlocking that Elder Drake pretty early on in this game, when they're still within their top tier power spikes, is a great look for AL if they can manage this one.
You can tell that IG very well aware of that win condition that anyone's Legend want to push for. Already taking the opportunity a minute and a half ahead to set up some of that vision control in the river. They're not able to push it as deep into the trenches of that blue quadrant, but they have gotten it as deep as they safely could at this point in the game.
And they are going to be a little bit reliant potentially on a flank. At the same time, Flandre could just try to go straight up in with that ulti, not even from a flank position, just run at them head first. Not necessarily going to be the worst decision, because although you do have a very tanky The Shy, he's still killable. You still have more than enough damage between your Talia and your Kai'Sa to be able to shred him through. Getting him killed early on especially going to be important if there's going to be a smite fight. You don't want to allow that extra damage from IG to come through. Both teams going to set themselves up right now. Flandre does have its flank. Here he goes.
Oh, Flandre knocks up the big dinosaur, but the rest of IG turn on to Flandre, but the rest of anyone's Legend now trying to force the backline out of the Dragon's Pit. Rookie losing his flash in the exchange. However, Flandre was not able to escape the claws of IG on the other side. Anyone's Legend trying to burn down this dragon as fast as possible. Still 3,000 HP left to go. KO throws his life, buys some time. It is secured. It's Mountain Soul, but now they're down a lot of numbers here on Anyone's Legend. If they can preserve as many members as possible, they will not pay the consequences, but the rest of IG do not want to let any stragglers go. They want to punish as hard as possible. The death charge looking for Shanks. Tarzan already falling, and the bullet time is going to get a lot of damage into Hope's back. Shanks could be next, but he's got that Seraph shield, and he's able to survive for now. IG picking up 4 members, but it is still the Mountain Soul going over to Anyone's Legend.
It's a small consolation prize overall for how many members fall here for AL. It's a mistake of a team fight. Flandre did not mean to hit the Shy with that ulti. The Shy steps back into that ulti, absorbs it for his team, makes sure that Flandre isn't able to get that big ulti down into any of the key squishy members. And watch it right here. The Shy walks straight over into it. Flandre was definitely aiming for either Gala or JJ there, and he just gets chased down and dies immediately. Now, something else worth watching. When was it? earlier, even earlier on through this team fight, at some point, I'm not entirely sure when, Tarzan uses Smite. So when we get to this point, Tarzan has no Smite. The Mountain Soul is picked up by Shanks. I don't know that IG know this, because JJ at no point actually tries to get himself straight into the pit to be able to try steal this one away, despite the fact he did have Smite available. You have to assume if he knew Tarzan didn't have one, he would have just gone in. AL, they are incredibly lucky that they even get the Drake off of the back of this one, because the mistiming on not having your Smite for the most important Drake fight of the game so far is really inexcusable.
Yeah, hell, even if the Shy knew, and he was able to flash forward and just nom nom that thing with Feast, oh, anyone's Legend is totally screwed. Mountain Soul denied, another 5 minutes that they have to stall in order to get that win condition online for them once again. IG already got a pretty big gold advantage off of the 4 kills they picked up in that Dragon Pit. The Mountain Soul is the only thing that is shoring up that deficit.
Absolutely, this is the only thing really keeping themselves in this game. As we said, IG mistakes also are helpful, but you really are then reliant on IG once again stepping up and making a big error. They did not in that previous team fight. They looked really clean on that one, something we haven't necessarily seen from IG in any of their previous games. They've had a lot of games where it's just been so incredibly messy, not able to just cleanly close these ones out. It hasn't been a clean game completely from front to back, but that team fight at least, it looked good. The Drake is gone, but the Baron going to be the next big thing for these teams to try to play around. Very important for IG's kind of short range composition to actually be able to step up to these towers.
Multiple flashes available on IG's side. Notably, Rookie does not have his flash for another seemingly less than a minute.
Yeah,
if IG can stall until that time, then IG are in business.
More than in a good enough spot to be able to play this one out. Very close to getting those 3 item spikes onto Rookie and Gala as well. That would be huge to be able to try to go for. Actually, 3 items is completed on Hope already. He has had the best time of it of anybody right now on AL. He's got the majority of their kills, the majority of the team gold. And Kai'Sa can carry, but you have to find that perfect moment where you're able to use that ulti into the backline to really play this one out. You need these team fights to not get completely split and messy too early on, otherwise you're just going to get jumped right here as Hope. And despite the fact you do have a lot of tanky members and a lot of CC tools around you to try to keep him alive, it still seems like every single time Hope is getting jumped, he's just not able to do the damage he needs to for his team. AL, they haven't been able to really set up any deep vision once again around this fight. IG, not going to be the same for them. Here they go.
Echo with a soft engage onto Tarzan. Now looking at Kale, Hope jumps into the Baron Pit with a killer instinct, trying to burst out Jet, eliminating at least one of the smites away from IG, and maybe this was just not a good fight. The flash from Tarzan to secure the win becomes lightning over the wall. Bullet time from Gala. Maybe it turns the fight, but it's just not enough damage to deal with the enormous front line that anyone's Legend is packing, and here comes Flandra with the flash onto the Misfortune. The seismic shove from Shanks finds the Guns woman, and anyone's Legend aces IG across the rift. No contest whatsoever. Anyone's Legend is taking this game in the bag.
Clean ace right here for AL. They do not want to go to a game number 3. They want this to be a clean 2-0. Straight onto the Baron they go. And a bad team fight for IG. IG initiate that team fight, and it isn't well set up for them at all. You can understand the idea, right? Tarzan seems like he's by himself, but really it's Miko who's by himself. And the second that JJ goes into the backline and gets jumped, this fight is already pretty much over. It would have taken Gala having a miracle ulti to actually work this one out, and unfortunately for him, Tarzan has the ulti up for himself, so he's able to just stand in the bullet time, doesn't care a lick, and this turns into a terrible team fight for them.
Peak Anyone's Legend once again has arrived in this second game. There was a bit of shakiness. Shanks, you know, that Weaver's Wall and taking the wrong side of the tracks, not ideal for the squad. But Anyone's Legend have been able to rally at the moment needed most. And now the Elder Dragon has spawned. Hang on, wait a minute. There's still a chance for IG. If they get a numbers advantage guaranteed right here, the Elder Dragon is going to be
Just
really
dead.
scary for Anyone's Legend now. 4v5, they have to push the gas, and the rest of Anyone's Legend, they have to make sure that they do not suffer any more casualties unnecessarily. The Shy taking up a bit of damage in the river here. Rupture finds Hope onto the backline. Still has a flash. He's totally okay. Rookie ready to set up the death lasers from Fog. Looks for one in a Tarzan. Decent chunk. Bullet time. Snaps it back. I don't know how that happened, but Tarzan is eating a lot of damage for breakfast. The Crescent Guard finally ends, and now the jungler's gone. Hope tries to send it. He looks for a couple kills. Can he find one more in a Chenja? Hope is cooking. Hope is firing. Hope is saving the game for Anyone's Legend. And now it's up to Shanks against 2 people. But Chenja, still a jungler, still has Smite. Shanks, I don't know if he could pull a rabbit out of the hat on this one. It would be a miracle if he could deflect this. But KL has respawned on the rift. Maybe this could be Anyone's Legend saving the game. Shanks just has to get enough damage to threaten Jeje, but it's already 3,000 HP. KL's getting enraged. Set up the combo, the crash down, the seismic shove right into the heart of Rel. But the Elder Dragon is secure, but it's only on the Jeje. Can he find enough damage?
Can they get him?
I don't think he can! KL and Shanks will save the game for Anyone's Legend.
Oh, it's Kale and Shanks that save it in the end, but it is the just ridiculous confidence of Gala right there to go jumping on straight into the backline, uses this Kai'Sa to great effect, does the damage his team needs, and AL, they've been down and out so much in this game. Hope, what a crazy play right there. How do you manage that on Kai'Sa?
Absolutely insane. One of the few standout performances from Hope. Hope has always been a very reliable, consistent carry for Anyone's Legend, but that is one of the few moments where I have seen him go Super Saiyan and save this fight for AL.
There's a few key things that happen in this team fight. One is that once again, when the bullet time comes through, it's when the Crescent Guard is up and available, so you just don't manage to get the kill onto this Xin Zhao. The second thing is Hope finding the forward button. It's something I've been a little bit critical of him for throughout his time here on AL, where even with advantages, he's sometimes been a little bit reticent to actually go in, actually go push that advantage. Well, it's just enough for him in this situation to go in, finds the forwards, and is able to get the couple of kills, the damage needed. And the fact that KL dies so early on before this team fight starts, he's able to respawn, get involved, and they pick up that final kill. It means that despite the fact that IG grabbed themselves that Elder, none of the buffs remain, and we're back to the even state we were in beforehand. AL maybe even with themselves a slight advantage.
And the one window that IG had back into the game is gone. Another 4 minutes, they would have to pray they can stall out to give themselves another miracle chance to win this game. Because with Elder on their side, anything is possible, but Anyone's Legend denied it away. Now it's still up to AL. I feel like we're back into the game 1 reciting of the onus and the agency that AL had the burden of in this game, where they are in position to close this game out. But it is still on them to execute it.
They have got to find that moment again. Constantly again. And I think for IG, right, it's all going to be on Gala finding that bullet time that actually hits onto key champions. 2, 3 team fights in a row now. You've hit Tarzan with the Crescent Guard up and Flandre, both of whom don't particularly care about the bullet time. Yeah, it does decent damage to Flandre, but he's still more than tanky enough. He's got that zombie form as well. You've got to hit it onto those main key members. AL, though, they just have to keep being aggressive. This composition doesn't play well on the back foot. It needs to be going in. Here we go.
Separate fights going on right now in the jungle. Tarzan engaged on by Makeup of the Weaver's Wall, forcing the Nautilus to flash over the wall so that he does not face certain death. The rest of Anyone's Legend holding position on the top side of the map, trying to gain wave control in the mid lane, taking up space in the top river right now. Anyone's Legend still trying to hold the keys to the kingdom right now and waiting for a chance to eliminate IG and walk into their base. But IG are not giving them that moment. They are holding the line strong.
Oh, I'm so torn this game. I want 3 games of this, but at the same time, the story of the comeback for AL in this game is just so sweet. Really is on a knife's edge is this game. The fact that we've already had a Baron go down with coming up on our next one right here. The fact we might get a second Elder Drake in this game is just crazy. This team's going to be setting themselves up around these objectives once again. The wave's not really pushing. Nobody's base has even been cracked open right now. These teams have been scrapping so much they've barely been thinking about wave management. And it really is making it a little bit hard to actually try to close this out.
Yeah, they knew that they were trying to set up a death rush there. Tarzan trying to loom just outside of that pocket of vision in that red bush right over the Baron Pit wall. Nothing was found because of it. Anyone's Legend still taking it slow, being patient, and making sure that they do not make another mistake.
There are some potential flank wards around. Interesting to see if anybody actually finds this. Right now, it's very much going to be on Flandre going in to try to find that initial bit of engage if they want to do it from long range. If not, we will see more of these brushes being set up. IG forced back to base to go get some reset, spend a little bit of gold, and it does mean that AL, they've got that key positioning around the Baron right now. They're not going to be able to start it up at the moment. They also need to be careful to not have it stolen away. The Shy does have his ultimate up and available. Oh, whoa! There they go!
Where'd they come from? JJ immediately forced to run away with the flash. Anyone's Legend, they can take it slow unless they get a free pick on the Shy. Already isolated. Flandre ready to give his life. Bullet time. Tries to rip through them in the choke point, but the Shy still falls. He's become a fossil. And it could be that IG just do not have enough of a front line to stall for the rest of Anyone's Legend's reinforcements. The Weaver's Wall is going to leave little ground for IG to run through. Mako's the next one to fall. There's an Elder Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, but IG cannot wait to let that objective stall because Anyone's Legend is going to take this opportunity to burn the Baron now.
Yeah, you've got to go pick this up incredibly quickly, otherwise you're going to be giving over an Elder Drake to IG, something they cannot afford to do right now. They're going to be able to take this one down more than quickly enough to reset back over. JJ is back onto the map. We do have junglers available for this play. Oh, with the Elder Drake up and available, the second one as well. So powerful. Whoever picks this one up is likely to win the game, despite the fact that AL have got themselves the Baron right now. No real pushing waves again, so it's just going to be on the scrap. It's just going to be on the fight. Everybody's going to be back alive for this. Miko has a bit of a run to get to this fight, though.
Tensions rise as the Elder Dragon has spawned on the map for a second time. Anyone's Legend space in the river, but it's too dangerous to do so against the likes of this massive dinosaur that the Shy is piloting right now. Fishing for ruptures, waiting for Anyone's Legend to make a mistake, posturing him on the wave, securing wave control right now. Hope has to answer and pick it up. The rest of IG, don't make an aggressive move yet.
Every second right now that AL has stood posturing around this Elder Dragon, but not using the Baron buff, is actually a good moment for IG. This is a time that they're getting where they don't have to worry so much about having their base taken down. JJ actually took a little bit of a reset there. Is going to be returning. Be interesting to see what he had to go back for base for if he's picked himself up a new item. Actually has the GA right now, so can be a bit more aggressive with this one. Go flying in. Finally, AL, they recognize that they're just wasting time with this Baron and go push forwards a little bit. They're at least going to be able to use the Baron empowered cannon minion to get some damage onto this tower.
Oh, rupture onto Hope, but no one from IG can follow up. Decimating Smash holds that corridor choke, not letting IG through easily. Anyone's Legend escorting the minion wave in once again, looking for the wave prio before they move back into the river. IG trying to pick it up, but they're starting to lose HP.
Right now, less than a minute left onto this Baron buff. And AL, they haven't even been able to crack a tower for it. They're just going to go straight for this objective. Miko, hello!
To flash forward. He's looking for someone else on the front line, but Shanks was not followed up by the rest of IG. Jed just sends it on the KL. A GA is popped. Flandre is taking up as much as he can, and he's doing a hell of a job. The bullet time achieves nothing. Literally nothing. Just a few scratches in the dead of Anyone's Legend's armor. The Weaver's Wall cuts off IG where they stand, and that's it. IG trying to hold the line as best as they can, but when you have shining hope in the name of the bot lane for Anyone's Legend, then anything is possible!
Everybody right there from AL steps up. It was a terrible early to mid game for them, but they stall this game out long enough. The Drakes are in their favor, and it takes them late enough into this game that the composition comes online, and it takes some miracle plays from multiple members. It takes winning a team fight after losing the first Elder buff for them to be able to win this game. But AL, they do it. They overcome IG, and they take the series 2-0. How?
Hard-fought series
Yeah.
by both teams.
Yeah.
Granted, I think game 1 was definitely a little more stompy by the side of AL. There was a couple moments where IG were trying to brute force their way back into the game, looking for desperate plays that almost, gave them a bit of a window. But this second game, a lot more in the driver's seat of IG, off of the mistake of that. I can't remember if it was the first Grubs. I think it was the second Grub fight. By anyone's legend, they overforced their hand off the back of Shanks. Shanks unfortunately baits the rest of the team and saying, okay, well, I'm over here now. Everyone's got to follow up. Otherwise, this play is totally doomed. And it did become doomed. And IG found themselves in such a position to be able to just easily scale up in the game. But anyone's legend maintained their win conditions. They played for the Dragon scaling. And on that one immaculate Elder Dragon fight, oh my God, Hope! Who are you? Because
That's what I wanted to see from him.
I want to see this for the rest of the year.
Yeah. Step up. He was all of his team's gold at the point at which that fight happens. He was the only person with really any kills, was in a pretty good spot throughout the early game, 2-0-1, I think, about 10 minutes into the game, but wasn't really able to be played around. Where have we heard that before? And the other criticism we've had of him isn't always that aggressive. Sometimes sits quite far back, doesn't actually get involved, stuck into these team fights in the way that he really needs to. Well, in that one, if he doesn't go flying in right there, if he doesn't do all of that damage to IG and set up the winning team fight for his remaining alive members to be able to pick up, that game is over. IG picked that one up. We're talking about what's getting changed right here for AL going into game number 3. We're questioning AL. They lose their first matchup. Now they have to go to 3 games versus IG. Are they really as good as we needed? No. Hope says, puts his team on his back and is able to just be so good. I want this Hope for the rest of the split, because if this is the Hope that we can get multiple games in a row, this AL team all of a sudden has carries in every single lane.
No notes, Blockster. And I think we all know who is getting MVP this game. If it's not Hope, I'm punching a wall. I'm making several angry calls, because that Kaisa play should go on every social media platform. It should be featured everywhere and showcasing what an incredible clutch moment Hope was able to make in that fight. My goodness, that is the type of play that they make montages about you. They, when they put your name in the limelight and they put your name on a plaque, that's the clip right there. Oh my goodness,
It was pretty.
I feel so grateful that we got to see that live. Holy moly.
It was so hype, and the story of the comeback is always so much fun as well. As much as I would have loved to have watched a game number 3 between these two teams, it was so nice to see Hope finally step up. On the other side of it, though, specifically looking at ADCs, Gala had a lot of ultis there that just didn't do anything, that sort of split team fights up but didn't deal the damage that you really needed. And I wonder if a part of that is the decision in Champion Select where they go towards the Nautilus rather than towards the Rel. You don't have that same level of overall AoE setup to get these ultis off. It's tricky. It's really tricky at this competitive level to hit really good ultis as the MF. You can see it here, he still does some decent amounts of damage, but you expect more damage out of a Misfortune, especially one that was as far ahead as Gala was going into the later stages of this game. Look at that gold
It
ruff.
really does come down to those bullet time placements, though. And when that's kind of the double-edged sword of Misfortune, right? You can pick this champion to guarantee yourself an early lead, to guarantee yourself a lot of early priority, but then placements of the ulti has to be consistent in order to carry that advantage forward, because it can literally make or break a team fight. And in some of the later team fights, unfortunately for Gala, sometimes he was able to combo it and find backliners in the clump, but most of the time it's only on frontline. And I think there is a point where the front line was no longer getting shredded. And when I mean front line, I mean Flandre on the Scion, baby. This guy was thick. 6k HP, I think, by the end of the game, maybe more. And at that point, I mean, a full channel bullet time does a lot of damage. I don't think it does 6k HP worth of damage.
No, it really doesn't. And when Tarzan has the Crescent Guard up and available for him, it does nothing at all to him, which was really unfortunate. Multiple big ultis that would have shredded through the jungler, exactly what you're looking for, doesn't actually do anything. You can see it here, when it hits onto the backlines, when you're actually able to hit it into these key squishy members as Gala, it is wonderful. It just doesn't work out. I wonder how much of it is the drafting, how much of it is just, unfortunately, the misfortune's tricky to land. The way that the game worked out just didn't lend itself well to Gala being in a good spot to hit these ultis. I think there's a lot of blame to go around on IG. They're going to have to look back at this game and seriously look at what went wrong, because being in as much of an advantage as they were going into the late mid game, to lose this game, it's not an acceptable loss for a team like IG. They come out of their group in the placements 6-0. They look so strong, and they're able to pick themselves up one win versus FPX, but it takes them all three games to go through him. You really would have expected them to be able to dismantle FPX, as we saw Top Esports do before, and then they lose through onto top, and it's like, okay, so that's not the best look we really would have been expecting right here. Surely, though, they're going to be able to step up against AL. No, they would not. 2-0, not a good look for them.
Yeah. On the one hand, you can argue, okay, well, dropping series against real tournament favorites like BLG and Anyone's Legend.
Yeah.
Not the most dooming thing possible. But then again, you want to be a tournament favorite like the rest of them. You want to hang with the big dogs. There is big expectations for this roster. And while, yes, there's a lot of consistency issues at... What is this? Fantastic meme. How fast did you make this, Kelsey? Was this done in between games? I must know.
I bet it was.
She told us that she did it after game one. She was that confident. She was that confident off of the game one performance. And oh, I hear the pog. Who's the player of the game? Yep.
All the way. All the way. And you know what is a great feeling right here for AL that I think makes them look like an even scarier team than perhaps they were previously? Is the fact that the first game one goes to KL and the second goes to Hope. The bot lane popped off today, and it's such a good look for this bot lane really to be able to step up to that next level that we've been really hoping for them to hit.
Yeah. Like we said at the beginning of the pre-show, this is a roster, IG, of known names who have had high ceilings of international titles, world championships, and MSI titles against a team with one world champion and then, many strong contenders, but mostly rising stars. And the rising stars showed up big tonight against IG. And even though we know that we can, make more of a realistic argument and downplay the win from Anyone's Legend and say, but this is just typical IG, IG are inconsistent, blah, 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 this is what they do, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a fuck. Anyone's Legend played out of their mind today, so put respect on their name. Hope had a Super Saiyan moment. I'm going to remember that forever. I'm going to hold them to higher expectations, and if they play terribly in the future, we're going to call them out on it and criticize them, because we now know that they are capable of hitting high highs. That is the play that gets you to finals. That is the play that allows you to compete on the highest stages internationally. So Anyone's Legend, please remember this performance going forward so that you can carry that kind of momentum for the rest of the season and challenge everyone else to rise to the best they can be so that the LPL can be truly a strong contender when we go to international tournaments.
Absolutely, and with this win right here, AL really shake up the standings, where we've got a lot of teams right now sat at 1-1, looking like they're going to be able to compete for those top 4 spots. Remember, the top 4 spots don't have to play in another set of games versus the hopefuls from Group Nirvana. They're able to just move straight on into the playoff bracket and have a little bit of time to chill, to breathe. This has been an intense split going from the placement all the way through. BLG looking like the top dogs right now. They've not lost a single game. Top Esports, despite the fact they've won 2 of their series, have taken all 3 games to do it both times. Those top 2 spots looking pretty locked down at the moment. That leaves only 2 more of those top 4 remaining. You really need to be putting yourself into there. So far, it looks like AL are putting themselves into that conversation at the moment. IG back to the drawing board.
That just keeps my eye out for JDG versus BLG next week. That is probably going to be the next clash of potential titans. Off of the strength of what we saw from JDG previously, I think it was a couple days ago. That was a dominant 2-0.
Yep.
We'll see if JDG can live up to some of the magnificence that Anyone's Legend showed us today. But for us, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the series, and that is the end of our broadcast for tonight. I want to give a special shout out once again to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. And I am talking every single day. Have you seen the schedule for the LPL season these next 2 months? It is stacked. We are on every single day, baby. And it's because of you. It is because of all of the coffee subscribers, all of the YouTube subscribers, all the Twitch subscribers, donations. Every little bit counts, and it makes us even more fired up to come in and cast some freaking LPL for y'all. And it really means much from the bottom of our hearts. So again, thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you all next time.